morning. Good day, good morning. Two dogs. All right. Sunshiny day. Good morning. Ellie Jane, Romeo. Ellie Jane, how are you? How are things going? How is your man? Hello. Who else? Hi. Yes, body count matters to losers because you need to be a loser to be controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed. Right? I know. You know what else matters? Confidence. Do you know what else matters? Being grounded in reality. Didn't matter, we wouldn't need to talk about it. Exactly. Why are you idiots running around the internet being triggered by words that tell you you never controlled me and you never will? Right? So all these people running around saying body count definitely matters, definitely matters. I'm the antidote to those poisonous people with their poisonous mindsets. I am out here fixing what you are trying to break, which is autonomy. I'm here fixing the fact that you're trying to take your insecurity and rejection and turn it into a flex because you're delusional. I've been so rejected. My body count is low. I'm high value. You could have a low body count and not be trying to coerce and manipulate people into reducing themselves, right? Because you're confident. But no, you're insecure. So you got to run around saying body count definitely matters because you got to reduce yourself to my level, right? So I'm the antidote to people like you. Morning, Snow. Do I hate men? Let me answer that. So, do I hate men? I teach women to select men, to choose men, and give men our time, attention, focus, energy, bodies, and service. I teach women to give men everything, right? And do you know why? Because men are amazing. Men deserve all the qualities we bring. They deserve our attention and bodies and service and love and focus and energy. I love men. Look what men are. Do I hate guys? Do I hate guys? What about the guys? I love the generous long-term thinkers. They're amazing. Do I hate the selfish short-term thinkers? The guys? No, actually. Guys are great when I'm looking for fun. Guys are great when I want here today, gone tomorrow. Guys are great when I just want to scratch an itch and then say goodbye and never see them again. Guys are great. But you know what we women need to watch out for? The guys that are liars. The guys that are lying about being men. The guys that are saying, trust me, bro, I'm everything you're looking for. And they're not. They're liars, they're cheaters, they're disingenuous, they're trying to manipulate their way into our beds by saying anything we want to hear that they think is going to get us in our beds, because they're liars and manipulators. Those are the guys we need to watch out for. Those are the guys we need to weed out. Do I hate those guys? I don't hate them. I just teach women to get rid of them, because they're not what these women want. These are the ones that women will complain about. Do I want to see women complaining about males? Never. Never. Great women deserve, great men, vice versa. Far too many voters to count, says the idiot who makes up stories in their head and believes their own little feelings and delusions. Ladies, take a look at the idiots who come here saying body count matters. Look at their stories. Look at how they tell themselves things without any evidence whatsoever, because they're wonderful storytellers and they believe their fantasies and delusions, and they tell themselves you're right because they don't care what reality is. None of these people who say body count matters actually care about reality. They care about their stories and fantasies, right? Would you rather one body or 100? Because I'm shallow. I don't bring my brain above the belly button. All I think about is genitalia. I don't think about character. I don't think about personality. I don't think about compatibility. Just genitalia, because I'm shallow. Look at this, ladies. Do you want somebody that's shallow? Or do you want somebody whose brain goes above the belly button? Right? What you gonna do when you meet a shallow person? I'm gonna block and delete. What you gonna do when you meet somebody shallow? You block and delete. Reflects character. Says the person who's so morally bankrupt, they want to reduce other people. You're morally bankrupt. That's your character. You don't take accountability for yourself. That's your character. You take no responsibility for your thoughts and emotions because accountability is kryptonite to you, and that's your character. You make up stories in your head and believe your own stories and feelings without any reality whatsoever, and that's your character. Wheelchair, what topic are you here for?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
What do you mean by body count?
I don't understand the question, my love.
Oh, what says body count? What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? What do you think I mean?
Well, I mean, when I was in Vietnam, I got a body count.
Oh, okay. Well, this isn't a war. We're not war times. We're not in battle. So
That's right.
I think you're in the wrong conversation. I think you don't quite know what I'm here and what I'm about, and that's okay. So let me see if maybe I can help you in anything. So my name is Chantal Hyde. I am a life coach. I niche in dating and relationships. If you Google who is Canada's best dating coach, you're going to see my name. I wrote all these books. I've been working at this for 10 years. And what I do is I teach people to get into the right relationship, and then I teach them to be the right person so that they keep the right relationship. So the right relationship is somebody who loves you more than dysfunction, matches all the qualities you bring to the table, and is a 12 out of 12 in character traits. In other words, they make the right decisions, so they're not problematic. And then, oh, by the way, this is the dating book for men who want to achieve the same goal I'm teaching women, which is choosing a generous long-term thinker who loves them more than dysfunction. And you can also choose a generous long-term thinker instead of a selfish short-term thinker, and your generous long-term thinker loves you more than dysfunction. And then in that relationship, both you and your partner can learn to be functional by learning proper communication tools, conflict resolution tools, unpacking the baggage you might have picked up from past experiences that don't apply anymore because now you made the right selection. So there's no reason to vomit insecurity or dysfunction. So we teach you how to unpack insecurity and dysfunction and be a functional partner. My husband and I have been together for 20 years. We haven't had a fight in 9 years because I learned to be functional.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Are you single or in a relationship?
I've been married 50 years.
So, do you guys have any fights or arguments?
Not really.
Perfect. All right, my love. Any questions for me?
No, you're doing great. Have a good day.
Thank you, my love. You too. Bye. Bread Dove. Hello, Rose. Don't twist it on the person saying they're insecure if they don't like a partner with a high body. So, Bobby, you're not my audience, and my audience won't turn you into a partner. My audience will block and delete people who think body count matters, because my audience is not going to pick somebody who is controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, or PP obsessed. PP obsessed means you look at a woman and you shove her aside and you go, enough about you, tell me about the dudes you used to do so I can go think about them more than you. Who's controlling anything, Bobby? We're not controlling you. We're eliminating you. We're getting rid of you because we don't want controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed, Bobby. Where did I write that on my list of what I'm looking for in a long-term partner? Nowhere. I want the man standing confidently in the present, not the guy who shoves me aside to go think about the dudes I used to do because he wants to do that. Listen, if you're so ran through, you got to run through women to dudes to go think about them. You go ahead and do that, Bobby. Body count's subjective. It's subjective to the people who think it matters, but to the people who are logical and stick to facts, body count does not matter. So factually, body count doesn't matter to people that are grounded in the present. Body count does matter to people who go in their imaginations and go obsess about things that are not currently happening, which is delusional and mental illness. Oh, I have a very loyal, loving husband. So ladies, these delusional males who say body count matters, say if you have a high body count, you'll never have a good relationship because they're trying to reduce you to their low value so that you pick them instead of a high value male that's not afraid of other males. A high value male is not afraid of comparison because when he thinks about who you had before him, he automatically goes to the top of the list. I'm the better communicator, the better lover, harder working, more responsible. These low value males don't want you to have comparison points. These low value males want you to think that if you have anything to compare them to, they're going to lose out because they already know they're low value. Take a look at how this works, ladies, when they don't want comparison points. It's because they know what they bring, okay? They know what they bring. Is he big or is he small? I don't know. No comparison points. How about we add one more to this? Is he big or is he small? I don't know. No comparison points. Hi, Tara. Is he big or is he small? I'm starting to get an idea because I got some comparison points. Is he big or is he small? Damn, in comparison, he's pretty tiny. And they don't want you to have comparison points because they tell themselves in comparison, they're worse than anything you had before. Body count matters if your potential partner has a long history of being a cheater. As somebody's going to tell you they're ever a cheater. That's why we use observation before selection, ladies, because the cheaters don't tell you they're cheaters usually, right? Observation before selection. Get rid of the selfish short-term thinker. No patience, no impulse control, no desire to know who you are, just looking for convenience. Woo! Get rid of the cheater using observation before selection. This idiot thinks he's going to ask you for a number and then make up a story about you. If they ask you for a number because they want to go into their delusions, just block and delete those mentally ill people, ladies. Just block and delete them. Don't put up with their delusional mentality. Don't put up with people who need help. They need therapy because they make up stories in their head, give themselves emotions, and it's your problem to solve? Absolutely not. You block and delete them instantly. Instantly, my love, save yourself the trouble. Because you're going to notice as you're watching, 100% of the people who come here saying body count matters, 100% of them are abusive. Stick around, you're going to see. Hi, Brent. Hi, what topic are you here for?
Hi, I just wanted to discuss your opinions on, body count and whether or not they matter.
Okay, so that is the debate topic, the body count matters. I just want to let you know what the guidelines is before we get into the discussion. Are you willing to hear that? Okay, so I am discussing this in a specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So I'm only broaching this factually or scientifically, but not individually. So we're not going to use a sentence that starts with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience. If somebody asked me to finish the sentence above my head, why doesn't body count matter? I would say body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And I have 3 facts why body count does not matter. Would you like to hear them? So, number 1, if I was looking for a long-term partner and I wanted somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would I need to observe someone's behavior over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then number 2, if you were looking for a long-term partner and you wanted somebody with all these qualities, would you need to observe them over time to see if they are in fact this person? Yes or no? Yes. If you wanted to know if they're this person, do you need to observe them to know if they are this person? Yes or no?
Observe of like physically? No.
If you wanted to know if I can't hear you, there's something going on with your microphone. So if you can just kind of pretend we're on a show and use your microphone as a microphone, pretend you're on a stage, for example.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. So I didn't hear your answer. If you were looking for somebody with all these qualities, no less, would you need to observe them over time to see if they are this person? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And then number 3, if I wanted to know if you have an STD, do I need to ask you to go to the doctor, get tested, get the results, and then show me the results? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Is it possible somebody could sleep with one person one time, catch an STD?
Yes.
So if I'm somebody who practices logic and stick to facts, and I ask somebody their body count and they say 1, do I have the facts about their safety, their STD tests?
No.
No, because I didn't ask them for facts. Is it possible somebody could have a low body count, even a 0 body count, and not have all of these qualities?
Yeah. Correct.
Right. If I ask them their body count and they give me a number, I don't have the facts about who they are, right?
Yeah, for the most part, I agree. Yes.
Yeah. So for those people who practice logic and stick to facts, body count does not matter because they understand that it doesn't give them the information they need to make the right selection. It doesn't tell them if they're compatible. It doesn't tell them if they have an STD. So people who stick to logic and facts don't ask for a number. They use observation before deciding to commit, and they ask for STD testing before deciding to get physical.
Okay. From what I'm understanding, you're like I 100% agree with what you're saying, but I don't think I think you're just saying that it's not a one-to-one, which I would agree with. I don't think that body count, those qualities is a one-to-one. I don't think like having a high body count means you don't have those qualities and vice versa. I think that people that have a problem with body count, I think that their problem is that it might reflect their character in the sense that they don't value like they don't find sexual relationships to be sacred or there's no sanctity
So
in
that
that.
is an assumption, right? On the part of the people who didn't have the sex. Like, for example, I have a high body count.
Hmm.
If that's all the information you have on me, and you want to take that and say I didn't respect myself or I didn't value sex or I won't be able to pair bond or I'm bound to get divorced or I'm dysfunctional, I'm damaged, you're making up stories about me. And I teach women to instantly block and delete anybody who asks them what their body count is because it's an indication that the person is going to go make up a story. Assumptions. Do you know the definition of assumption?
uh like I know what it means conversationally. I don't know
Well,
the
the
actual
dictionary.
definition.
I'm a word nerd. I'm very precise with my wording. I pull out the dictionary all the time to ensure I'm using proper terminology. Do you know
Yes.
the definition of assumption?
No, if you know, I would like to know.
It's the belief of something without any evidence.
Okay.
So people who ask somebody what their body count is basically about to create a story in their head relating to the number, whatever their beliefs are regarding numbers. They're going to make up a story. If I give them a low number, they're going to make up a certain story. If I give them a higher number, they're going to make up a certain story, but they haven't taken the time to spend in my environment observing my actual behaviors and patterns to get the real story. And I teach women to get rid of people that are so mentally ill, they'll make up a fake story, get emotional about their fake story, and believe it.
So would you say that and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I'm wrong. So would you say that your opinion is body count
I don't have
does
an
it
opinion, my love. I don't have opinion about body count because I'm logical and I stick to facts.
yeah, yeah,
So
I get
I
that.
know, listen to the words I'm using. I know. Do you know the definition of know? I know body count does not matter because I stick to facts. Like I just explained to you, hearing a number doesn't tell me if they have an STD. Hearing a number doesn't tell me what their personality is. I know the number is irrelevant because, like you said earlier, there's no correlation between a number and an ascertained personality trait. You can have a body count of 0 being an absolute douchebag. You can have a high body count of 150 and be the sweetest, kindest, most loving, adorable person in the world. Everything is possible from 0 to 1,000 in between. You can be all kinds of people, have all kinds of body count. There's zero correlation. I have had this sign above my head since August 2024. I've been asking for anybody who opposes this to bring me a fact or a science, and a science needs to bring 4 pieces of information to prove me you did some reading. Title of the peer-reviewed study you read, website that study is on, page number and paragraph number, where you found the words where science says what you want to bring here. That says body count does matter because science. Do you know how many people brought me 4 pieces of information to say body count does matter? Yes.
I'm assuming 0.
You're right. Not a single one. I've had plenty of people coming here and saying, oh, body count does matter because statistics and divorce rate and biology and oxytocin and peer bonding, yada, yada, yada. And I go, fine, show me where you read this in a scientific study. They go, wait a second, let me go find it. I go, sure. I'll give you all the time in the world. Come back and bring me 4 pieces of information. Guess how many of those guys came back, sir?
0.
0.
Yes.
There is no correlation between a number and a personality style. 0.
Okay. What I was going to say before you interrupted, I was going to say, it's an opinion because those are your values. Now, your
No,
values,
you're not hearing. You
I
didn't
am.
hear anything I said.
It is an opinion. It is
Diane,
an
wait a
opinion.
second.
Hybrid.
Wait,
Hybrid. She held up a toothbrush or a comb, right? What did you start with, Chantal?
oh, yes. Would you agree that this is a toothbrush hybrid? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's a fact.
So is that an opinion, Hybrid?
That's not a
Is it
proper
an
analogy.
is that an it is it an opinion or is it a fact that that's a toothbrush?
It is a fact that that's a toothbrush.
Okay, so she went through facts, right? The 3 facts of why body
Oh,
count doesn't matter. You agreed to
sorry.
all 3 facts. So it's not an opinion.
No, sorry.
She
I wasn't talking about that being an opinion. I meant her view on body count. It is a
Right,
value.
but
It's your
those are the
personal value.
but Hybrid, her view, her perspective, right, where she's coming from on body count comes from those facts. So it's
Yes, it comes
knowledge.
from
It's
those
not an
facts.
opinion.
Let me try this. Hybrid, is it a personal value to say the way to find out who someone is by observing their behaviors? Is that a personal value? Yes or no?
Um, I'd have to do some more thinking on that, but just my
Let
immediate
me
answer.
let me ask the chat. Chat, is it a fact or a personal value to say the way to find out who someone is by observing their behavior? Is that a fact or a personal value?
To say it's the best way would be a personal value, but you didn't say that, so I think it would be a fact that that is a way to that is a way. Yes.
Okay, so I don't care what you're saying. I got lots of people who are doing some critical thinking here. Let's do the second question. Is it a fact or a personal value to say the way to find out if somebody has an STD is to ask them to get tested and get the results and show you the results? Is that a fact or a personal value? Chat, what would you say?
I think you're ignoring what I said intentionally.
I am ignoring you because you're too stupid to listen to.
No, you're not.
All right,
You're,
hybrid, have the day you deserve. All right, Isaac. It's just I can't talk to people who practice willful ignorance or just are
Yeah.
too stupid to
Hello, can
understand
you hear
the
me?
practice. Isaac, what topic are you here for?
I'm here for the body count doesn't matter topic.
Okay, so this is a specific debate style that I'm approaching this particular topic, which is facts over feelings. If you're not here to listen to me, I'm not going to keep you here, by the way. And so I am only discussing this in a factual or a scientific way, but not in individualized way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a toothbrush?
Yeah, it's a toothbrush.
Okay. And then a scientific way is if you want to bring anything relating to science, like a statistic or biology or sociology or psychology, I need to know where you read the science you want to present here. I got to find the words you found in the science before you say them out loud. This is how I ensure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So for me to go find what you read, I need title of the peer-reviewed study you read, the website it's on, the page number and paragraph number where you found those words. I'll go find them and then you can say them out loud. Is that fair?
That's fine.
Okay, what did you want to say?
There is a Hutchinson University study.
So you're bringing a peer-reviewed study. What is the title of the study?
It's I'm not 100% sure exactly. I didn't really.
You said you had a study. How do you not have the title of the study you read?
University study.
Okay,
I know.
so Isaac, are you saying right now you're not prepared with the 4 pieces of information to present the science that you want to present?
I only need one.
No. Are you saying that you want to present a science, but you don't yet have the 4 pieces of information, so you need to go get them?
Sure.
Okay, Isaac, I will let you go find that and then come back with the 4 pieces of information, title of the peer review study you read, the website you found that study on, the page number and paragraph number where the words you wish to say are in that study, so I can make sure that you're not amplifying lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation.
One's going to disappear in the Bermuda Triangle.
Dio, hello, good morning. Hello, Mr. Mike, hello. Sin shops. Isaac, what's the title of the peer review study? Do you want to type that in the chat, please? Body count can imply, right? Apex wants to make implications. Apex wants to have implications instead of facts, right? So Apex is going to ask you for a number so he can come up with implications. What's the definition of imply? Is it factual? Let's find out. Because us logical people, we like facts. So let's go define imply to find out exactly what they're willing to do, ladies. Imply. What is this person willing to do right in your face? Doesn't have a title. Strongly suggest the truth or existence of something. Suggest. Nowhere in the abstract do the researchers imply a causal link. So what does suggest mean? We're going to suggest, strongly suggest. We're going to strongly pull forward for consideration. We're going to pull forward for consideration the thoughts and fantasies and delusions and imagination and storytelling I told myself without factual current reality. That's what they want to do, ladies. Damn, the storytelling is strong in these people. But the ability to be grounded in reality is lacking. Hutchinson Center study by Dr. Lee Nelson. What was the title of the study? What was the title? Why don't I see? There's no title. This person is trying to tell us that a scientific peer-reviewed research paper does not have a title. Does anybody believe that a peer-reviewed study does not have a title? Hands up if you believe a peer-reviewed study doesn't have a title. Thumbs down if you don't believe a peer-reviewed study doesn't have a title. Oh, look at this. The Ringless Gang. Ladies, these losers are trying to convince you a relationship is the goal. Absolutely not. Relationships are no longer the goal for women. Happiness is the goal. Fulfillment is the goal. You are competing with a woman's happiness. Oh, this guy wants you to never have sex. Fluffy here says just ban abortion so women keep their legs closed, right? So Fluffy wants you to never, ever, ever have sex with them. Ladies, can you reply to Fluffy and say, perfect, we'll never have sex with you. No problem, never have sex with you. Don't worry about it. I'll tell all my friends to never have sex with you, Fluffy. All right? Nope, never, right? Nope, never. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got eyes wide open now. We're not just picking males to pick somebody. We're going to be single and happy, or in a relationship and happy, but never settling. We're never going to settle because we don't need relationships with males. We got plenty of relationships with our friends, with our tribe, with our communities. Don't worry about us. We're good, single and happy, never selling. Michelle, right? Tony, don't worry about us. Yes, I am married, actually. I am a leader. If people want what I have, a long-lasting, happy, functional, close, intimate, affectionate, communicative relationship, they can follow my lead. So I have 11 books on dating and relationships. I am a life coach. I niche in dating and relationships. If you Google who is Canada's best dating coach, you will see my name, Chantal Hyde. So what I'm going to teach you is how to get rid of a loser. So if you are currently with a loser right now, you can tell because you're saying to your friends, he's such an asshole, he did it again. So if you are saying that, dump the loser you're with. Dump him. Divorce him. Whatever you need to do, ladies, get yourself out of there. Get yourself out of there and use Comeback Queen to heal faster from the breakup or divorce. And then you use No More Assholes to make sure you never pick another loser again. No more losers. You are done with losers, okay? The reason why you ended up with a loser in the first place was selection before observation. You let him kiss you before you knew. This time, you find out before the kiss happens. You get rid of the loser. So, No More Assholes is your dating strategy, ladies. No More Assholes in English. No More Assholes in Spanish. It's also an audiobook. Also a workbook. Men who want to heal from past breakups and select the right long-term partner, your dating book is the perfect play. The boys are very angry, but we don't care, ladies. We don't care how mad they are that we reject losers. Of course they're mad that they're getting rejected because you have eyes wide open and you're not picking losers anymore. Who cares? Their little fiffies are not your problem. They go get some therapy. But you're just going to block and delete them, move on with your life, never think about them again. Your job is to practice your goals, your ambitions, your work ethic, your financial responsibility. Build your tribe, create your happiness, build your empire. You don't need to think about losers. I'll think about that. When you get into a relationship, grab your Fix That Shit books. Fix That Shit for women and Fix That Shit for men. Enhance your communication, conflict resolution, have a zero-fight relationship just like I do. After the first kiss, when you have a brand new relationship, use this one to ensure you have a rock solid foundation in your first year instead of self-sabotaging. Dating 101 is for your teens. This is the textbook we should have read in high school. There is no swearing in here, mom and dad, but please read through it before you hand it over. If you feel they're too young, and by the way, it's never too early to get this book. If you feel they're too young for some of the chapters in here, which could happen if you get this early, just pick the chapters they're ready for. As they get older, read them together and educate them. So this is going to be me helping you educate your teens so they're never manipulated, coerced, or pressured into stuff they're not ready to do. We disagree. We don't have fights or arguments. I accept my husband's differences. We disagree about stuff, but I'm not trying to change what we disagree about because I actually love him and I accept him. This is the free book in the link in my bio. Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Identify and Safely Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. So that's the free book, you guys. Look at this. You're such a loser. Oh my God. Block, delete, cleanse, remove, adios. They're so mad. Mad. All right. Say yes to goodness. 10 steps for a complete happy you. This is you evolving your happiness in 10 areas of your life that affect you mentally and emotionally. 0 fights. Absolutely. Custom Made is career coaching. You're going to identify and monetize your purpose, passion, and talent. By the way, only toxic people want to convince you that fights and arguments are healthy. Toxic people thrive on dysfunction. They need your cooperation to vomit their dysfunction on you. Glow Up Journal. This is a 60-day journey designed to increase your confidence, self-worth, and self-esteem by biohacking your body, doing daily writing and doing. So do this if you need to increase your self-esteem. I want you to understand that people that are abusive require your low self-esteem in order to abuse you. So elevating your self-esteem means you will never, ever put up with abuse again. These workbooks have bonus material. Again, paperbacks on Amazon. There's the No More Assholes workbook. The Fix That Shit for Men workbook. No arguments. Arguments are lack of acceptance. Fix That Shit for Women workbook. So get your workbooks in the link in my bio, paperbacks on Amazon, ebook bundle deals, audiobooks, free book, free starter guide for singles, free starter guide for couples. Even this list is a freebie as well. It helps you when you do your homework in your dating book. So help yourself to whatever freebies you want in the link in my bio, my loves. Levi is yelling. He's so emotional. Baddie on a mission, that's right. Oh, you have a fact for why it does matter. Let's see. Hi, Levi. It seems you're here to discuss the body count debate topic. Oh, he ran away.
Doesn't after all.
Learning. I have several books for women, and I have 2 books specifically for men, and I have several books for whoever the reader is. Leave. What's your goal, my love? Learning. What would you want to learn for yourself? What would be a goal for you? Is it I'm single, I want to get into a relationship? Is it I'm in a relationship, I want to make it better? Is it I just want to work on my mental health? I want to develop my purpose and passion, monetize it. What would your goal be? Mr. Mai, thank you. Oh, Levi was saying he had a study to bring. All right, let's bring the study. We're waiting. Thank you. Hello. Levi does. Can everyone tap the screen? Get to 10K likes. Ooh la la. Do-do-do-do. Okay, I'm gonna bring myself in. I think.
This lady was talking about what whenever a friend said during a breakup. I thought it was so brilliant. Let me just find it. Hang on a second. I wrote it down because I wanted to. She said, hang on a second. She said, I would rather adjust my life to your absence than adjust my boundaries to your disrespect. I
Mm.
love that.
I love that too. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Okay, I'm bringing myself in. Watch your ears. Shoo-ba-doo. Good morning. Chris, I see you. It's okay to attract men and date them. Yes. Yes. Body count mattering is an opinion. Body count not mattering is a fact. Because anybody who says body count does matter, they can't bring any facts to back it up, nor can they bring any science. So body count matters is a fallacy made up by people that are in their imagination, in their delusions, in their indoctrination, in their egos, but they're not grounded in reality.
Guy that was up here earlier who was like trying to convince us that not caring about it was subjective. This is the thing, right? He knows his opinion is subjective. He knows caring about it is subjective, right? And it's rooted in all of these weird things. So he's trying to make the not caring about it subjective to make his point more valid. But it's completely different.
It's interesting how they're trying any angle they can. Like it's grasping, desperately grasping to try to make it matter and to devalue the people who say it doesn't matter. Oh, you say it doesn't matter? That's just an opinion. But the thing is, it's a fact that it doesn't matter. It's an opinion that it does matter. Anyway. But it's the angle, right? It's the final grasping, because body count matters because of science. And I go, okay, bring the science. Well, since August 2024, not a single one has brought the science. So I guess it doesn't matter because of science, because nobody can show the science. So that goes out the window. Well, body count matters because of religion. Oh, you mean because of that institution? That's the richest institution in the world that brainwashes you into giving you 10% of your money while you're struggling and starving, and they just fill their banks, right? That institution, you trust that one that hides predators, and that one is making up rules about sexuality and bodies, and you want to subscribe to all of that? You go ahead. But us logical people don't subscribe to such a dysfunctional institution and their rules and regulations. So we dismiss that one as well. So when we throw out science and religion, because science doesn't say it matters, and religious is just a dysfunctional organization, what do they have left? Well, then it's just an opinion that it doesn't matter. But wait a second. You can't show me that it does in any kind of a factual way whatsoever. So the opposite of opinion is fact. So it doesn't matter. And you thinking it does based on nothing except what you made up in your own head is an opinion. And then, of course, when you throw out their opinions, their religion, their pretend science, their non-existent science, when you throw all that out, what do they resort to, ladies? Oh, insults. Brah, you're lucky to get anything, says the idiot, trying to turn his rejections into a flex. I have a low body count. I'm high value. Bullshit. Nobody wants you. Nobody wants you. See this? This is a fact. My husband is a fact. But you're here trolling on social media because you got nobody to kiss and cuddle, and that's a fact. You're telling me you want your daughter to sleep around. Look how shallow they are, right? They haven't thought about my daughter's well-being and satisfaction when it comes to healthy sexuality. No. You got to control her genitalia. Because he's so shallow, all he thinks about happens below the belly button. because you're so shallow. Ladies, these shallow, shallow people. Wow. Oh no, it's incredibly shallow. Oh, dude, your entire sentence had nothing to do with anything above the belly button. And you're trying to tell me you're not shallow?
Why would you be controlling your adult daughter's sexual experiences? That's really bizarre.
Thinking about his adult daughter's genitalia. It
Right?
would not come out of their mouth if it wasn't in their brain. He looks
That's
at it.
sick.
He looks at his own daughter. If he had one, by the way, he probably fantasized about his non-existent daughter because nobody's had enough sex with this person to actually make a child. So he fantasizes about his non-existent daughter because that's what this person does, fantasizes about children. Ladies, these people who say body count matters are sick in the head. They
do have a daughter.
oh,
Gross.
what's the name? Oh, block, delete. I get rid of these storytellers. Block, delete, block, delete, block, delete. Look at this. Why do you look old and sound like a child, right, ladies? Because I'm teaching you to block losers. So what do they have? They have nothing but insults. They have no personality, no integrity, no prospects, no employment, no money, no responsibility. They have nothing but insults. Ladies, if they ask you what their body count is, they have nothing. And that's why they're asking what your body count is. Because if you have comparison points, they're worse than anybody you've ever been with before. And they know it because they know they bring nothing. So if they ask you what your body count is, instantly block and delete them. Because these nothing people bring nothing to the table but delusion and dysfunction. And that's making up stories, right? Just look at them. They will sell my books for me. They'll sell my books for me, ladies. You just have to let them talk to find out they're one of these. My dating methodology is no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity. That gives them every opportunity to talk you out of ever having sex with them. That lets you see them for who they are before they can get anything from you. None of these losers should get your kisses, sex, or exclusivity because every single one will be nothing but abusive to you. Chris, what topic are you here for?
Body count doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'm approaching this in a specific debate fashion, which is, I'm sorry, can you mind your microphone? I can't.
I'm sorry, you said?
Can you mind your microphone so that I don't hear you moving around and anything rubbing against the microphone? So can you just like sit still and pretend like we're having a show?
Sure.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. So I am approaching this in a very specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So we're only discussing this in a factual or scientific way, but not an individualized way. This is the subject, not you on the subject. I'm not debating you on you in any attempt to change you in any way, shape, or form. So we're not going to start a sentence with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a toothbrush?
I would agree.
Yeah. And then a scientific way is if you want to bring statistics or biology, psychology, sociology, anything like that, I need to know where you read the science you want to present. I got to find the words before you say them out loud. This is how I ensure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So I need to know where you read what you want to say. For that, I need the title of the peer-reviewed study. The website is on, page number and paragraph number. I'll go find the words and then you can say them out loud. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay, what did you want to say?
Well, okay, I wanted to ask you a question. Could you like elaborate more on how body count doesn't matter? Because I wasn't here for the full live.
Yes. So if I were to finish the sentence over my head, I would say body count does not matter to the people. And I want you to understand, I choose every single word very carefully. So I said the people, not all people. So it
That's
doesn't
good.
matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. So I have 3 facts for why body count does not matter. Would you like to hear them?
Sure.
Okay, so the first one, if I was looking for a long-term relationship and I wanted somebody with all these qualities, no less, would I need to observe someone's behavior over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Yes.
I
Seems
agree.
about right.
Yeah. And then number 2, switching it to you. If you were looking for a long-term partner, you wanted somebody with all these qualities, would you need to observe someone over time to see if they are this person? Yes or no?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And then number 3, if I wanted to know if you have an STD, do I need to ask you to go to the doctor, get tested, get the results, and then show me the results? Yes or no?
I would say that would be fair.
Right. I love the word fair. So is it not true that somebody could sleep with one person one time and potentially catch an STD? Is that a possibility?
Yes, you could. All it takes is 1 minute, or not even 1 minute. It takes 1 second with intimacy to even catch an STD because of how the body works.
It takes 1 second of a lack of safety, right? So if I ask somebody what their body count is and they say 1, do I have the facts about their STD test results?
No.
No, so I don't know yet if they're safe. If I ask them what their body count is and they give me any number, do I have the details about their personality?
I would say some of them, sure.
If they give me a number, but I haven't spent any time with them, if I say I have some details about their personality, am I making things up in my head?
Yeah, I could agree on that,
Yeah.
but can I
So
bring
let
up...
me ask you the question again. If I ask somebody what their body count is and they give me any number, do I have the facts, not assumption? Do I have the facts about their personality?
No, you don't.
No. So to the people who practice logic and stick to facts, they don't ask for a number because it doesn't inform them about the information they need regarding safety and personality. So logical people who stick to facts don't ask for a number. They don't bother. They ask for testing when they're ready to get physical. They observe behavior before deciding to commit.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Would body count matter to some people or the people?
The people who don't practice logic and stick to facts, the people who are willing to make up an assumption and believe their own stories, the people who are religiously indoctrinated and are told body count matters, those people think body count matters. Yes, that's the other people.
I didn't get to finish. So what I was going to bring up here is, what if a lady meets a guy and they're talking on their first date, right? And they're still getting to know each other, or they're hanging out, whatever scenario you want to sit there and say. If the lady sits there and says that she's been through numerous of marriages and divorces and she has a high body count, would it be wrong for me to assume that she is not loyal?
Well, did she say she cheated?
I mean,
No,
we're just saying in general, divorces.
Did she listen, you're giving a pretend story and you stumbled on your own story. Did she say she cheated? Yes or no?
In the hypothetical, no.
Okay, well then why would you make up a story in your head that she cheated when she told you her situation? So you made an assumption. So it's not safe to assume anything. It's never safe to assume. Would you like me to make assumptions about you and then call it safe? I can do that. I can do it right now, Chris. Do you want to watch me do it?
Sure.
I assume Chris has a very small mind and he's not open-minded at all. I assume Chris makes up stories in his head and just believes the story and disregards actual evidence, but just loves to stay in the stories he makes up because he likes the emotions. It feeds his ego. I can make up this whole story about you, Chris. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right.
Okay, well, there you go. I can also make up a story that you are opposed to a high body count because you have a very tiny peepee and you're very insecure about that. Am I right or am I wrong?
You would be wrong.
Okay, but
The assumption I was going to make.
But Chris, what if I believe my story? What if I believe it anyways? Even if you tell me wrong, I'm just going to choose to believe it anyways. Now what?
I would say you can do what you would please to make yourself ever happy at night.
Of course I can. Everybody can. That's called free will, Chris. But what are you going to do about me? I'm making up a story about you in my mind. I choose to believe it. What are you going to do about me? You going to keep me around?
There's numerous things I could do.
I understand, but what are you going to do? Are you going to keep me around? Yes or no?
Probably not.
Exactly, and that's what I teach my women to do, to get rid of the people who make up stories in their head and choose to believe them.
Well, so you're advocating for the women, right?
And
But
men, by the way, I advocate for men. I teach women to choose men over guys. I teach women to choose generous long-term thinkers that are confident over guys that are insecure and controlling, stuck in the past, or PP obsessed. Let me ask you a question, Chris. Is a man afraid of other males?
no.
No. So a man will never ask a woman her body count because he's never afraid of comparison to other males.
Well, would it be wrong to ask that just in case if they get married or have?
Honey, you can ask whatever you want. I don't teach women to change or control you. I teach women to let you talk so they can identify you and then deal with you appropriately. I teach women a no kissing for 3 months dating rule. Body count does not matter. Who somebody did is not who they are. When they're ready to pick a long-term relationship, they do observation before selection. They let you talk by not occupying your mouth with their kisses for minimum 3 months to find out what's happening up here. And the thing is, people can say whatever in the beginning. They can hide anything they want in the beginning. But because we're doing minimum 3 months, we will ultimately see what your patterns are, because you will start to break through into your natural self before 3 months. So I teach women to let you reveal your mindset so that they can decide, oh, what am I going to do with this one? He seems to make up stories in his head. I think that's a guy who believes his own delusions and imagination. I'm going to block and delete him because I want to pick myself a man that says confidently in the present with me, looking at me, thinking about me, wanting to be with me, instead of a guy who says, hey, lady, step aside and tell me about the dudes you used to do, because that's what I'm interested in hearing about.
Chris, a question?
Please do, yeah.
Chris, why are you bothered by the fact that we're saying it doesn't matter? Why does that bother you?
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily bother me, to be fair. I mean, I just wanted to hear views and opinions because that's how,
My opinions are based on fact, Chris, because I'm a sociologist. I love reality.
reality is a scary subject for some people.
It depends what gender and race you are, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you were asking the question, why does body count doesn't matter?
I'm not asking a question. I'm stating a fact. Body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts.
Well,
Woman count matters. Meta. Everybody watch Meta. Meta has to bring 4 pieces of information because they say woman count matters. It's science. They have to prove they're not a liar now. Meta, you have to bring the title of the peer-reviewed study you read the science in, the website you found that science on, the page number and paragraph number where you read that science, Meta. And if you say one word where you are not providing the 4 pieces of information, I will block and delete your delusional ass for storytelling and making up lies and bullshit and attempting to spread it on my page. I block and delete you for being a liar because I teach my women to not keep liars in their vicinity.
well, can I bring one thing up?
Maybe.
Can you put yourself into the shoes of a man?
Oh, yes. No, listen, Chris, I was a stripper for 20 years. For 20 years, I sat across from men, thousands and thousands and thousands of men, worldwide, by the way. I worked in Macau, I worked in Athens, I worked in Guadalajara. So I talked to more men and guys than you ever have in your entire life, Chris. And because I did this for 20 years while studying sociology, psychology, anthropology, biology, behaviorism, meditation. Also, while working sober, I was 6 years old when I told my mom I was going to be a stripper because I loved the idea of just being so beautiful and sensual and feminine, even at that age. I knew I was going to do this when I grew up. It's in me, Chris. I did it for 20 years because I loved it. So when you're asking me how men think, I know exactly how they think. I married one of them. I've been with my man for 20 years. I'm 52 now. So I very much know the difference between a man and a guy. So
That means you got married with him at 32?
When you're talking about somebody who stands confidently in the present with a woman paying attention to her versus the guy who shoves her aside and said, tell me who you used to do because I'm controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed. When you're talking about the difference, I'm like, yeah, I know the difference between men and guys. That's why I'm such a good teacher, such a good educator. That's why when you Google who is Canada's best dating coach, you see this name, my love, because I'm so good at what I do.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Off topic.
Okay.
So the difference, I'm assuming the difference between a guy and a man is a man treats a woman how they want to be treated and actually loves and cares for them, and a guy just wants to sleep with them. Am I understood on that?
So selfish short-term thinking is I don't want to take my talents, my energy, my focus, my qualities, my labor, my efforts. I don't want to apply that to somebody. I just, if I'm gonna do anything with somebody, it's here today, gone tomorrow, or I'm not gonna do anything with them at all. Selfish short-term thinking. I'm here for myself, not for you. Here for a short time, not a long time. Generous long-term thinking is I want to pick somebody and put my time, energy, focus, apply my body, apply my service for the benefit of this person. And it's a mutual exchange. We're benefiting each other. We are providing each other with all these wonderful qualities that we have within ourselves. We're sharing that.
So, can I ask you a question? Since you said that you were happily married for 20 years with a man, not a guy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What, if you are comfortable sharing, what does your household look like when you and the man are together? What does it look like when he's off work?
Yeah. So,
if you're comfortable sharing, of course.
100%. I'm an open book. I'm a leader, so I'm very comfortable providing myself as an example and saying, follow my lead, because I think that's what a coach should be. You shouldn't be coaching football if you never played football. And I shouldn't be trying to coach people into a healthy, long-lasting relationship if I can't provide myself as an example. So what it looks like is, I'll tell you what happened this morning. So my husband and I do sleep in separate beds because I'll toss and turn and he needs a good night's sleep. So we do sleep separately. I have a day bed in the living room. So he comes home at night. He has a snack. I put a pillow on his lap. He tickles my back while he's eating his cereal, which is his nighttime snack after work. And then we doze off and I get uncomfortable because I want my bed basically and my hips get sore. So I do toss around and then so I'll go to bed and we'll fall asleep and we'll have good night's sleep in our beds. And in the morning, like I'm awake sometimes usually before 7 a.m. to be honest, 6:13, right? Like I'm looking at my clock. So I don't set an alarm, but I kind of have a good circadian cycle. So I wake up kind of crack of dawn in the morning and pet my dogs a little bit in bed, let my husband sleep a little bit more, and then I'll get up and he'll be opening his eyes because now it's like 7:30ish, 7:15. I will cuddle with him in the daybed again before we start our day. So we cuddle, we play with the dogs, we watch the dogs play together, we laugh over them. And then he gets up and he gets dressed. I start doing my own thing as well. We say whatever we need to say about whatever, like just little conversations, whatever, chit chats here and there. We kiss maybe before he goes to work, but definitely before he leaves the door. And the kiss is over 5 seconds long. I'm a big proponent of minimum 2 kisses a day, minimum 5 seconds each in a long-term relationship when you're living together and sharing daily intimacy, because we don't have daily sex, but we definitely have daily intimacy. So we make out. It's a lingering, lasting, loving. My husband is very good at putting his emotions, his appreciation into his kisses, and so am I. So our kisses are very right. And then he walks to the shop because we have the house in the shop. We both work from home. I'll do my morning thing. Like he leaves by 8 o'clock. I'll do whatever. And then at 9 a.m. I bring him a breakfast of toast and a protein, so an egg or two or a protein pancake. More kisses. I'll say, baby, is there something I can do for you today? So today I'm going to go make a deposit for him. And then I do my 10 a.m. live stream for minimum 2 hours. I will bring him lunch between noon and 1 p.m. If there's a lot of people on the live stream, I keep it running. I have mods who are wonderful, and they manage this very well while I take 5 minutes to go bring him lunch and get a kiss again. Come back to my live stream. I'll live stream maybe till 3, 4, 5 o'clock. I bring him supper, more kisses. Come back home, do my thing at home, and evening time, I might go to bed before he comes home, or he might come home when I'm still up, and then it's my head on his lap while he eats his cereal, and the whole thing starts all over again.
Okay. So, would you agree that you're head of household, essentially?
So it's an interest. Like, here's the thing. Like, my husband and I it's a peer relationship, not parent-child. So head of the household is like I'm in charge, and he's not. That's not what we have.
What I meant was, would you? I know I said head of household, but I meant it as in like. So he goes to work, right? He provides the bills, the money, the food, right? And essentially you do the housework, right? Or whatever needs to be done during the day.
Can I explain this differently?
Sure.
What you just said? Okay, Chris, thank you. So what you are referring to is what I call the burdens of a home. And there's 2 burdens. There's the financial burden and there's the physical burden. And I'm not referring to childcare as a burden in this concept, because childcare is 100-100, and it's not something we split. You made a child, you're a parent, you're the father. You're 100% a parent, not 50% a parent. You're not splitting parenting. So I only refer to the financial and the physical aspect as something to consider how you split. 9 years without a fight. Sorry. Out of breath. I need more exercise. Okay, so my advice when it comes to the financial and physical burden is whatever percentage you're not paying into the financials is the percentage you're responsible for in the physicals. Now, with my first marriage, we were 50-50, split the 2 burdens. In this one, my first husband was a 9-to-5er. This one is 80 to 100 hours a week. So he has a different timings versus the one who did 9 to 5. So this one says it's easier for me to write checks and pay bills than for me to be responsible for things inside the house. And also he takes care of all the outside. So we have divided the burdens up to address strengths and weaknesses. It would be weakness for him to be responsible for mopping and dusting. It's a strength for him to be responsible for the outside and for the bills. So it's a strength for me to be responsible for the inside. I'm here all day long. I work, as you can see, I work very hard. I've done this in the past 10 years. I went from 20 years stripping to 10 years as a life coach now. And I'm celebrating my 10-year anniversary in Niagara Falls on October 25th. So I work and I do make money. It's not like he pays the bills and I don't have an income. And when there's something that I want to delegate, like perhaps cooking and or cleaning, which I have done in the past, I've delegated those to other people for me to spend more time working and making money.
Okay. That exactly was what I was looking for. So I know you mentioned you were actually a stripper.
For 20 years, yeah.
What? Now, elaborate more. I know you basically like just touched on it briefly, but what made you become a stripper?
So when I was 6 years old, I remember this oh so clearly. Do you remember Saturday cartoons?
Saturday cartoons.
Yeah.
No, do
How
not.
old are you?
For that.
Okay, well, I'm 52. So back in my day before the internet, on Saturday mornings, it was all about cartoons. But Saturday afternoon, the cartoons were done because the kids were supposed to be outside and playing. But I was inside on a Saturday afternoon flipping through the channels. And I came across a black and white film. And there was something that made me pause. And what made me pause was a sense of anticipation. I came across a scene and it was like men in this big ballroom, big crystal chandelier. They're wearing like just, tuxedo top hats kind of dress, right? And I knew something was about to happen. I went, oh, what's going to happen? So I stopped and I watched. And the next thing that happened is a woman came out into a stage and she's wearing a sparkly bikini and high heels. So she's got these two massive feather fans. And she's doing this beautiful dance behind the feather fans. And I was enthralled. And I said to myself, I want to be that person when I grow up. And somehow in my name or my head, I had the word stripper. And I said to myself, I want to be a stripper when I grow up. And I was so excited by this news that I couldn't wait for my mom to come home. I waited for my mom to come home. I met her at the door. I said, Mom, I know what I want to be when I grow up. She goes, what? I go, I want to be a stripper. And she was like, oh, that's so funny. But 21, I became a stripper for the next 20 years.
Okay. One more question and then I'm gonna head out. When you were a stripper, now I'm not trying to get into your line of work here. What did other than probably either dancing on a pole or sitting up there and looking pretty, what else did you do for the role of a stripper?
Well, when I first started, you weren't allowed to actually dance at the tables. You had to dance on the stage. So when you worked in the clubs had little stages that you had to go grab and then go put in front of the customer who wanted to dance. And then you'd step up on your little platform and you do a little dancey dance on your little platform. And then clubs kind of evolved into touch clubs. So some of them were still no contact, but some of them were with contact because the laws were starting to be disintegrated. Because why can't adults touch each other? Like, come on, don't be so puritanical, right? And so some clubs were like, you can touch, but here's the rules. And some clubs were like, we're very lax on the rules. It didn't, and listen, some clubs, ultimately, everything was going on inside the club. So it didn't matter where I worked and what the rules were. Obviously, the rules were zero contact. It was zero contact. But if it was full contact, any kind of contact, it didn't matter what the club rules were. I always had my own rules, which is you can touch, but not touching my boobs or between my legs. Because I am actually a physical affection love language person. I like it when people do this. I like that. That feels really nice. So I didn't let anybody disrespect my boundaries. And if anybody was pushy and not listening, it was over. And I don't care if I finished it 30 seconds into the song because they weren't respecting me. You're done. Give me my money. Off you go.
Okay. Well, like I said, that was my last question. I'm gonna head out. You have a good one.
You too.
I appreciate you being cool.
Hey, you too, Chris. Bye. Okay.
Good one.
Bye, lovely. Do do do. 99% of the people here aren't worth anything. Ladies, let them talk. Get rid of the losers who think you're not worth anything. But he'd be happy to hop on your body, wouldn't he? Oh, Samuel. Hello, Samuel.
Hello.
Lots of background noise, my love. Can you do something about that?
Hello.
Hello. Can you not be moving around? There's all kinds of background noise, and it's
Is there a lot of background noise?
yeah. What's going on?
I'm in the shower.
Yeah, I can
Oh.
tell. Okay, so
Hold on. I'll mute myself.
yeah, no, just come back when you're able to like sit and have a show. Like
Back when you're not in the shower, maybe?
right. So what I like people to do is pretend you're on a stage at a talk show. So you're sitting still and you're not rubbing your microphone against anything. So when you're ready to sit and have the conversation that way, come back. Cynthia, some guys really don't like women, but they're using them as disguises for their appreciation for boys. Says the guys that are obsessed with us, right? Daphne. What happens if she sleeps with someone during a break, a week after telling me she loves me? When you're not together, there's no loyalty. Oh, I don't want to be with you, but I don't want you to be with anybody else. So let me ask you this. Did your break have parameters? Did your break have like rules? Like we're going to take a week off, 2 weeks off. We're not going to talk, or we're going to only talk once a week, and we're going to stay loyal to each other. Did you guys discuss parameters before the break, or what was the break? It's like women can have standards, but if a man doesn't want a woman with 10 bodies, it's a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem for us to get rid of people who want to count bodies like things. It's not a problem. It makes our life better. It's not a problem if you reject us because you didn't control us before you met us. It's not a problem. It makes our life better.
Is wild. 10 is high body count. Are you insane?
By the way, Daphne isn't it, right?
%.
Yeah, 100%. When I couldn't control you before I met you, and now I got issues with my fifis. When I need therapy for my imagination and delusion, but I'm not getting it. When, right? Ladies, just block and delete them. Block and delete them. Don't bother with their delusions. Don't bother with their dysfunction. Don't bother with their imagination. Don't bother with the feelings they create for themselves and then blame you for. Don't bother. Just block and delete. Body count does matter to losers that are controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed. Ladies, body count always matters to these ones. It always matters to these ones because they want to control you. It always matters to these ones because they're insecure. It always matters to these ones because they're stuck in their imagination, not reality. It always matters to these ones because they want to hear about boys, because they're into boys and they're using it as disguise for their down low desire for boys. It always matters to the ones you need to get rid of, ladies. I am telling you right now, don't put yourself through what they're going to do to you. Just block and delete them. STDs. Okay, so I want to point out that the people who come here saying body count STDs come from purity culture, which is a lack of education. A lack of education leads to high rates of STDs and unwanted pregnancies. This person obviously comes from people who give each other armpit chlamydia, because in purity culture, that's what they do, because God's looking at the vagina, but not the armpits. So not only are they practicing unsafe sex, they're spreading STDs to all the body parts because they're so delusional with their sexuality and so uneducated with their sexuality. So when we see somebody coming over here saying, high body count, don't want STDs, my answer is we don't want your STDs either. We don't want your armpit chlamydia either. So stick to yourself, stick to your soaking, stick to your armpit chlamydia, stick to your purity culture, stick to your unsafe sex, stay in your corner and leave the rest of us alone, because we're busy asking for testing before sex. So we're not spreading STDs like you are because you're not educated. Instead, you're delusional, doing each other in the armpits. Go ahead, Google armpit CH and take a look at the autofill. Go ahead. That's what the purity culture people are busy doing. Look up soaking and Mormons. Just Google Mormons soaking and look up what the purity culture people are doing to each other. These people are sick in the head because of their lack of education. Hi, Ripple. Good morning.
Hi, Diane desperately missed me and wanted me to come onto the panel. So I just did this to make her happy and feel special and loved.
Oh, wow.
Bliss.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I see two boys in here talking about my husband, and one of them is talking to the other one about pegging. It's hilarious how much these boys want each other. That's why they hate women so much, because they're disguising their desire for males, because they were told, you're a boy, you're not allowed to like boys. You have to be with a woman. So they resent us because we're being forced on them, but what they actually want is boys. And here they were in my comment section talking about pegging because they're giving each other the male gaze.
Just looking, I've noticed like there's so many filtered comments. I went into the list. I don't know if have you looked over the list recently? Like I saw that preferences listed there.
Yes, I put that in.
There's
actually.
some.
Yeah.
Do you want that filtered?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I put that in there because I'm tired of these guys going blah, blah, blah preferences.
I just wanted to make sure because you remember the lock and key thing, and then we took it back out. So I just wanted to make sure the list was accurate. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, geez, we're not hearing it as much since I started pulling his key out, though, eh? It's unlocked. They can come say lock and key anytime. Why aren't they? Why aren't they saying it more? Why aren't they saying it more? I love how we had to put demon in there.
And they think that we can see them and we don't. So they just stay unbothered.
Are you advising girls to just do any guy they want? Of course women can do anybody they want. Why are you upset with women doing whatever they want with their own body? Is it because you're so delusional? You think you can make up rules for women to follow with their own bodies? Ladies, block and delete these delusional people. They're so mentally ill. They think they can tell you to do what they want you to do with your body. So they have some kind of agency over your body. Casey Facey. Hi, Casey.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. What do you want to say?
Okay, so I've been in a Discord discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Ripple. Hi, Diane. I've been in a Discord discussion now for the past week. And I was wondering if you could help me settle an argument.
Okay.
When it comes to dating, how do you know who pays and when they should pay. Like on the first date, should the guy pay, and then after that, you guys figure out if you want to split it? Or, I mean, what's your opinion on that?
So there's no should when it comes to this. Always be ready, willing, and able to pay for yourself anywhere you go, anything you do. But the first 2 dates should be something that is not a big commitment for you, either time-wise or financially. So the first 2 days, I recommend a beverage and a walk. So hit a coffee shop, smoothie shop, whatever, get a funky beverage in a funky neighborhood and walk around and get to know each other. And because it's a low financial investment, if he does pay for you and you then say to him, this was fun, but I'm not interested, don't want to see you again. He paid $8 to hear, I don't want to see you again. If you pay for yourself, you pay $4 to say, I don't want to see you again. If he passes the first vibe check, then you go to the second vibe check. Now, what are you looking for? You're looking for somebody who shows you the qualities you bring to the table. So paying is generosity, right? So you're looking for signs of generosity, but you're giving the opportunity to show them in a low level way before going to more expensive ways of showing generosity, like more money or more time, for instance, doing services for you, because generosity isn't always paying. Sometimes it's doing. So you kind of have the first 2 dates with opportunities to show generosity, opportunities for him to pay, but you're always ready to pay. So you're looking, it's not a should, it's just you're looking for the qualities that you're looking for. And if he's not showing the qualities, like if he's not showing generosity, if he shows tit for tat, scorekeeping, that's not what you're looking for, so you're probably going to move on.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. That makes a lot of sense. And does that also count if you're in girl mode too?
So who should pay if you're in girl mode? Listen, he's accessing your body. That would cost a lot of money if he had to go and buy it, right? So he should be showing some gratitude and generosity towards you for what you are providing him, which is something he would have to pay for otherwise. But in girl mode, when you're having hookups, do not do more than once or twice, because that's where you get yourself in trouble. Because when you repeat the behaviors of kissing, sex, and even rejecting other people for the situationship that you're experiencing, you start to fall for them, because the pattern signals to your brain you selected a mate, and it shuts down the red flag alert. And then you start bonding to them, and then you start fighting on 2 fronts. You start fighting on the front that they don't want to commit. They don't want to commit because you picked them up over here. That's not what they were looking for. They didn't want this. They only wanted this. And now you're going, why don't you want to commit to me? And then you're also going to start fighting over what they're missing. Why aren't you the person I want you to be? You're not consistent. You're not hardworking enough. You're not responsible enough. You need to be a different person for me. And so you start trying to change them because you want them to stick around and be someone else. But you picked one of these. So that's why you're having so much difficulty. So once, twice, no more, to keep yourself from falling for them.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. By the way, the one who gets your consistency should be deserving consistency.
Correct. I agree.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to know.
You're welcome, Casey, anytime. Hello, Shamaru. Hello, Krista. Cynthia, Caroline, Tony, Princess Aura, Carla. Ah, Miss Des. Hello, lovely.
Is it me, or are they more abusive this morning?
I wasn't reading comments, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They seem to be.
Oh, yeah? They seem to be extra spicy, do they?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. Doesn't matter in what sense. It doesn't matter when you stick to logic and facts. It doesn't matter in that sense.
Matter in any sense. It matters in nonsense, but it doesn't matter in sense.
Right, exactly. Skipping their daily naps, yeah. Working an odd job, picking up wood on property. Oh, for an elderly couple. Nice. They're so emotional. They're so mad. Oh, they're so mad. But we don't care, do we, ladies? It's not our job to care. So we're not taking on the burden of caring about their emotions. We're not taking on the burden of caring about their mental health. We're not taking on the burden of caring about their dysfunction and why they are that way. We're not going to think about it at all. We're going to focus on our goals, focus on our mental health, focus on our well-being and passions and fulfillment, focus on our work ethic and financial responsibility, focus on building our tribe, building our empires. Wow, Che just came here and told us that Bonnie Blue is a marketing genius. Because Che, how many days ago did Bonnie Blue pull a marketing stunt, used 1,000 males, made $1 million off their backs, used them for a marketing stunt, use them knowing her marketing stunt was gonna work? Because Che, how many days ago did she do that? Did she pull that stunt for you to say her name? So many days after she pulled the stunt, she's using your mouth to say her name like she intended to when she pulled the marketing stunt, used 1,000 males, made $1 million, gonna make more money today because of you, Che, because you said her name. We got 97 people here. I guarantee you, Che, 2 of the little boys here are gonna go look her up, gonna spend some money on her because she used your mouth to market her. Because how many days ago did she pull that stunt? And here you are, Che, proving to all of us that she's a marketing genius.
What you said was obvious. It's what we say. We know it matters to some. It matters to not to others. It doesn't. What am I saying? It matters to some people. It doesn't to others. We know that. Everything goes both ways. She says that all of the time. You're not giving us anything original.
So Bonnie Blue makes $2.1 million online because Che can't keep her name out of his mouth. Eh, Che? You can't keep her name out of your mouth because she's a brilliant marketer making millions of dollars off your mouth. Isn't that amazing? The proof is in the pudding. You proved to all of us what a good marketing genius she is. That's what I got.
Josios, STDs are the highest, whatever. Even if that's true that it's the highest now, it's not because of body count. It's because of unsafe sex and people aren't getting tested. Practice safe sex and get tested, and you don't have to worry about it. Asking somebody for their body count number is not going to protect you.
Did that person just lie? When they said STDs are at the highest rate now than they've ever been, did that person just lie?
They said that's why the US is so high in the records for it. I think that's their way of saying it.
Well, the US is high in STDs because of a lack of education. There's cause and effect. A lack of education leads to high rates of STDs. A lack of education, not more sex. It's any sex without safety. That's why purity culture is giving each other more STDs than anybody, because they're not taught safety. But of course they're still having sex because they're human beings. They're acting natural.
Now he's blaming women. It's because the women pass around too much, especially men not practicing.
Oh, pass it to who?
Here's the issue I have with that.
So the women catch it from the males who are passing it to the women? Is that what's going on? The women are catching it from the males who are passing it to the women. Your hypocrisy is showing. Yep, no kisses for 2 months because consistency is not for losers. Consistency is not for losers. Oh, we got a -1. Everybody look at Mayor. Mayor just let us know he's a -1. He says the more males a female's been with, the more she loses value, right? Mayor? Where is this? Who is this? Mayor 13. Hey, I got a question for you, Mayor 13. Say yes so I know you and I are talking. Mayor 13, say yes. I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Why are you scared all of a sudden? Oh, well, anyways. So here's the thing, ladies. Whenever you have a guy who says 304, what he's telling you is he's worthless. He's worthless. This is the male that says the more males a female has been with, the more she loses value. He's saying, my belief is males have a less than 0 value. He's saying males are worth less than 0, and he's a male, so he's worth less than 0. If I was a 1 out of 10, and with a 0, I'd still be a 1. But a 1 out of 10 with a -1 has lost value. So he's letting us know he's worth less than 0 by insulting women for being with males. So ladies, never ever bother with a -1. Obviously, he'll hop on your body and take a ride, but he doesn't like you. He's going to insult you.
If you don't like having sex, then don't have sex, right? But you don't have a right to tell other people not to have sex because you don't enjoy it.
Paco, just be with the boys you want to be with. Leave us women alone, okay? Just go be with the boys. Your religion, your culture that said it's not okay to like boys, they were wrong.
Hey, why don't you cite your source that divorce rate for women with a high body count is higher? Cite the source, give us the name of the study, the website it's on, the page and the paragraph number where you found the information that you want to tell us. No commenting furthermore until you give us that source.
Right.
All right, Paco is getting really annoying. It's like, we get it. You don't like sex, you like men. Go somewhere else. Wasn't. DJ is still, I believe, in the chat.
So I want you to understand, ladies, that there are males out there that will use you as a disguise. They like males. They're actually gay, but they were told by their religion, their culture, their upbringing, their indoctrination that being gay is not okay. You know these people exist, right? That say being gay is not okay. But of course, there are people that are gay and that are born into these cultures, into these religions, and they're told you're a boy, you're not allowed to like boys. And so what they do is they go, well, okay, well then I'll be with a woman, but I still like boys. And they go and play with boys down low. There's actually 2 terms for people that are hiding their actual sexuality. There's the term down low, and that's to describe the behaviors that they're doing. And then there's the term beard, which disguises you, the woman, being used as the disguise, or the description for the woman being used as the disguise. So that's how prevalent it is that there's actually a language around it. You need to watch out for these males that are using you to disguise their actual sexuality, because they go and cheat with other males and they don't use protection, and you are going to catch something. Eventually, you're going to have symptoms. You're going to go to the doctor and he's going to tell you you have an STD. So don't put yourself through that. Thank you, my love. Don't put yourself through that. If you meet a male who's obsessed with other males. Needs to hear about the males in your past and what you did and what they said. Needs to hear about the males in your workplace. Are they talking to you? What are they saying? Needs to hear about the male friends that you have. Needs to hear about the males at that event you went to. Did they talk to you? I bet they talked to you. I bet they like you. Constant false accusations about other males because they can't stop thinking about other males, and they make false accusations to get you talking about other males. They live vicariously through you. They go, I can't stop thinking about the past. What they're saying is, I can't stop thinking about male PPs. Because what are they thinking about when they say thinking about the past? Thinking about the male PPs because they're PP obsessed. You'll find that the ones who are very PP obsessed need a number. What do you mean you don't have a number? Tell me a number. I need a number. Tell me the number. You know why? Because they want to fantasize about those males. They want to be you with those males. How many can I be with? Give me a number, please. Don't bother with those people. You block and delete them instantly.
Mute DJ. Because he said IFS and then I was going to respond to him, but now I don't see him anymore. Did somebody mute DJ?
Yes.
Can we not like mute everybody as soon as they say something? Like, this is crazy.
Like DJ, all kinds of letters?
Yeah, it was DJ D something.
With the green little icon guy? I unmuted him for you, Diane. I just unmuted him. Okay. So
DJ, if you're here, IFS is not a valid source. It's right wing. It's right wing religious. And if you look at the what is the word that I'm looking for? The link. It says blog in it. It's a blog. It's not a study.
In the address bar.
Institute of Family Studies is what I'm talking about. It's not a valid source. It's not there. It's not a study. It's a blog post.
It's a religious website with blog posts, not a scientific website with peer-reviewed studies.
Saying that our logic is if you slept with people, your body is worthless. No one is saying that. You're still of value if you sleep with a million fucking people. You are still valuable if you sleep with one person. Or if you're a virgin, you're still a value member of society and you are of value regardless of your body count. That is what we are saying. Jose, you are saying you ruin people by sleeping with them. You say you are devaluing people as you sleep with them. You are saying you are wrong for sleeping with that person. You are putting it on yourself.
Does he just think sex is sex is icky? He just doesn't like sex.
No, he said women are less valuable when they sleep around. That was the claim that he first made. So I asked him, okay, well then why do you ruin people? If it devalues someone, you are saying you are ruining that thing, right? Person, whatever. Yes, you did. You said women are of less value when you sleep around. Let me find it. So why do you devalue people? What's wrong with you?
Lock and key. Look at this, lady. Scroll out, scroll out, scroll out. Oh, close your legs. W. Vin wants you to never ever have sex with him. Ladies, I want you to reply to W. Vin and say, no problem. No problem. We will never ever have sex with you. And we will tell all of our friends to never have sex with you. Don't worry about it. We'll close your legs for you. Don't worry about it. Now, everybody scroll out to user ending with 497. So he said lock and key. A lock that is open with multiple keys isn't a good lock. He's a key, ladies. Look at what he's telling us. Look what he's telling us. He's this pig. That you? That's all you got? Oh, ladies, he's letting you know he puts it in, you won't feel a thing. He's so tiny. He's so tiny. He got no girth, he got no size, nothing. What else is he telling you? With $2, you can replace him because he's so low value. What else is he telling you? If you find a key and doesn't fit any locks in your house, you throw it in the garbage. So he's garbage without a woman. So this tiny, peepee, low value garbage guy coming here talking to us as though we want him. Don't worry, Mr. Key. We don't want you. We want better than that. We can do better. So don't worry, we're not going to pick a key. Really, ladies, don't pick a guy who tells you he's a key. Yeah.
This moron says, trying to make himself feel better. If you didn't have a body count, the tiny would make you feel amazing. Like, tell me you don't understand how women's bodies work.
Ladies, if you don't have a body count, you'll never know what else you could have. If you listen, if he's the only one you got, you'll never know you could have had better. If he's the only one you got, you'll never know you could have had better. If he's the only one you got, you'll never know you could have had better. He wants you to never know you could have had better. Do you know why? Because he's so inadequate. Inadequate, lazy, selfish. Listen, the more comparison points you have, the more you know what a good lover is, and he don't want you to know that. Vic, what topic are you here for?
What up, friends? Can you hear me?
Yes, what topic are you here for?
Oh, the body count doesn't matter.
Okay, are you driving?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't do that, love. You need to relax.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, my love, but safety first, okay? Safety first. So when you are pulled over and you turn your car off and it's nice and quiet, we can have this conversation, okay? Safety first.
Vindicate Jose. Jose did not say that. So everybody in the chat, chill on Jose. Jose said the exact opposite of what Dev said. He said it does not take away value. So just Jose's fine.
Sex is icky. The thing, I'm glad you do that because there's so many people that drive.
Come on.
Oh, sorry.
I almost got into an accident yesterday because someone was on their phone and they almost hit me.
Yeah.
Really hard to hear. Like it's really low. It's hard to hear you when you speak.
What's up, Jose?
Hi. Jose, what topic are you here for?
Oh, nothing. I was just coming around to say, like, I don't have any problems with, like, high body counts. I don't think that, relates or correlates to human value at all. I just I have a personal rule for myself where I don't like to sleep around just because, I don't know.
No one asked you, Jose. I'm not conducting therapy.
No, I know.
This is a classroom.
You're doing good.
This is a classroom, right? So
Wait, is this a classroom? I'm not.
your sexual preferences are not the discussion of debate.
I know. I just hear a lot of bashing. I just wish it was less bashing and more, like we could like talk about it in an informational way. But
You mean
I
the
realize
morons
guys
who?
don't really
You mean the
like
morons who
that
want
shit.
to? You mean the morons who want to objectify women?
Yeah,
and
I know
and
exactly.
desexualize?
That's the kind of shit I was reading. Like I saw
Yeah.
one guy is like, we don't want used objects. I'm like, dude, okay, first off, you're relating a human being to an object. This is why you can't get fucking laid in the first place. You can't find someone you want to stay with. Like, dude, what the fuck is your actual problem? If you like the fact that you cannot process that your objectification of another person is going to limit your chances of being with someone is absolutely like intellectually like dumb. Like I don't even know. There's not a good way to put it. Like you got to be fucking stupid.
Exactly. I agree.
No, Ghostly, dude. Like, calm yourself down, dog.
So,
Stop
Jose,
objectifying people, and things would be easier for you.
Jose, are you aware that religious indoctrination actually stunts your brain development, literally making you more stupid because it stunts your critical thinking skills?
Yeah, I got real lucky. I wasn't indoctrinated at any young age.
Yeah.
It was a personal decision when I chose to follow.
So I actually have friends, like very close personal friends, who were raised in religious indoctrination,
Mhm.
but deconstructed themselves from it, either in late teens or
I don't want them to sleep with me, MDC. I have a woman. Like, point blank.
Can you not talk over the host, please?
yeah.
Yeah,
And
sorry.
also, again, like you don't need to tell us your story about yourself. You don't need to respond to comments. Like if you're here, engage with me, listen to me, but ignore the people in the comments because it just creates too much chaos in a way.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Those people who come from that indoctrination, the people that you're talking to in the chat, the people that are insulting you, they're close-minded, not open-minded. They lack critical thinking because of their upbringing, and there's no reason for us to defend ourselves against their attacks because it's not going to change their mind in any way, shape, or form. So I like to kind of keep my focus on educating. I will use them as teaching tools. I'll take their comments and I'll point it out to women and I'll say, do you see what you're going to learn when you don't occupy their mouths with your kisses? Do you see what they're going to reveal when you let them show you who they are before you select them for a relationship? And do you see the correlation between people who think body count matters and their abusive tendencies?
Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say because I think the message kind of just got lost in all the negative comments in the section and stuff. Y'all doing good work here. I'll see y'all.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Jose. And I heard you're in a relationship, and I'm a dating and relationship coach. Like I'm a life coach, but I niche in personal development as it relates to dating and relationships. So if there's any issues ever that I can help you with in your relationship, I would love to.
Yeah, thank you for the offer, but usually we just sit down and talk if we have an issue and things get found out pretty fast. So
Sounds like you picked a great partner, my love.
hell yeah, she treats me amazing. All right, I hope you guys have a great day.
You're amazing too.
I do my best. You always can try to do better.
What
But yeah.
would she say could be better?
I don't know. I just wish I could spend more time with her, but you know, I'm building a career and stuff and setting things up for our future, and I don't want to jeopardize our future to spend like an extra hour hanging out. So it's like one of those things where I have to make the sacrifice. I'm like, oh, I want to spend extra time, but I really have to get this on track so that way I can be a stable provider at one point.
So in other words, sacrificing one marshmallow today for 2 marshmallows tomorrow.
Essentially correct. And I'm just waiting to the point once we get like moved in together and all that, and I know things will be a little bit easier to spend time with her.
So don't forget, when you are living together, minimum 2 kisses a day, minimum 5 seconds each, forever. Be 86 years old and pruny and making out twice a day, okay?
All right.
All right, Jose, come back anytime, my love.
All right, sounds great. Have a nice rest of your day.
Bye, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Mr. Shape Sky.
Oh, hi.
Hi. What topic are you here for?
I don't know if you've ever met. Well, I love hearing from you. I learn so much all the time, and I had a quick second on my lunch break to just pop in, and I always just kind of feel I gravitate towards your discussions so much, you know. So I come in. I guess I wanted to just give support, and you know, I've spoken on this topic before too. The prompt of, to me, body count does not matter. Our past does not define us. You know, I'm much more interested in who we are right now, and all those things, all those experiences lead to the people that we are right now in this moment.
Yeah. I appreciate your kind voice, my love.
Thank you so much. Same.
Yeah. Any questions for me? Can I help you with anything? You know, I love problem solving.
That's a good question. I had a really interesting experience last night with someone that I was that I just started talking to, online, and we had a really beautiful connection. I don't know where that's going, or if I even, am thinking about where that's going, but it was just a really beautiful experience.
So the way that you're speaking is a little too fantastical for my
Hmm.
taste as a
Okay.
dating coach.
Okay.
So when you are speaking so bubbly about
Hmm.
very little, it tells me your feet are starting to come off the ground and you're starting to go into fantasy land and starting to create a story. And I like to remind people that it's not so amazing, it's good so far.
Hmm.
When you say it's good so far, what you're doing is making sure your feet stay on the ground. This is good so far. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know if I'm going to see consistency. I don't know if they're going to develop upwards or develop downwards because we're not static as human beings. We are always in movement. So either I'm evolving or devolving, but I'm rarely absolutely still with no change in any direction whatsoever. And so, as you get to know her, either you're going to see more and better and consistency with the more and better because it's actually who she is, or you're going to see some loss in the story you're telling yourself about her. Oh, I thought she was this way, but I'm seeing a change in the other direction.
I hear you, most definitely. And I love the analogy of the floating, or getting me to think about floating, because I'm an artist, and I'm very visual, so that made a lot of sense to me there. And I'm definitely going to be keeping that in mind here. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
You're
That was
welcome.
helpful.
Do you have my dating book for men?
I have not ordered yet, but I'm definitely intrigued. You told me a lot last time, and I have been looking into them, and I actually brought them up. I have a men's group that I discuss things with men. It's a safe space, and I brought up your books, and they were really they were really intrigued. First off with the titles. The titles are great. Yeah, the titles are awesome,
Yay.
and they really, they love any helpful, conversation, healthy conversation here about relationships and connecting with others and with ourselves.
Yeah.
So they were very supportive of your messages, and what you're, what I sense is that you're really trying to help people. So I appreciate you so much.
Mr. Shapes, your men's group, is this online or is this in person?
It's an online group. Yes, it's an online group. We do meet for retreats once in a while, so in person, but it's mostly online, and we meet as a group once a month, and then we meet individually we have an each man has an accountability partner within the group. So we meet weekly, and we talk for about an hour or so, and just I mean, I think that we are first our own first self, accountability partner. Like, I'm my first accountability partner when I look into the mirror, right? But it's very helpful to have another person there that I'm just expressing myself, and they're listening, and then when it's right, they give some feedback. So that's so helpful, having that consistency.
Yeah. Do
So
you
thank you.
your online group, do you think you guys will want me to come and join one of your meetings and answer any questions about anything?
That would be lovely. I see no reason why that wouldn't be able to happen. Yeah, if you would be willing to share, we would
Yes.
love to have you.
Yes.
I'll bring it up with the guys, and we'll see where that goes there. So thank you so much. Really
My
appreciate it.
pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to get back into work here, but I just wanted to pop in and say hello. So
Glad you
thank you
did.
so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Have a great rest of your day.
You too, my love. Bye.
Bye bye.
What a lovely conversation. Lovely, lovely conversation. Oh, so what did Mama get today? What did Mama get in the mail? What did Mr. UPS man drop off? Let's take a look. Alright, where's this?
Fake Lilith, you sound like a moron, okay? You sound like an idiot.
Has been with everyone. Your imagination has gone wild. Ground yourself
Okay.
back in reality. Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh,
I guess I wasn't talking. Go ahead.
Really quick. I can't deal with pick-me's today. I just can't.
Oh, D&D. Okay, that's fine. And if your body matches...
The dude, for sure.
I'm a little nervous. Just because I didn't get any updates from these people until I would message them and go, hey, I'm not seeing any change in like my order status, and I'm wondering where you're at. And they're like, oh, in stitching. And then I go, hey, so my order was supposed to be delivered at this date, and I don't have a delivery notification. So what's going on? Oh, shipping it out now. Right? It's like, okay. So this is the outfit that I showed you that I wanted to order for Niagara Falls.
Okay, Chantal. Wait, hold it all the way up. Hold it up again. Oh, that's the dress.
This, oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Oh, shit. Do you see that? Oh, do you see that? Oh. Wow, isn't that beautiful? Oh, no. Oh, that is gorgeous. Yeah, and the shoulders in the right place. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Oh. I'm speechless. Wow. Oh my goodness. Speechless. Look at the bottom. Just speechless. Gorgeous. Okay, so this is one part of it. It's got 3 pieces. This is, yes, I did get this from an Indian website, yes. And I did look up if I was going to be offending Indian people by wearing something like this. I went on Reddit and I looked up people asking like, hey, like this clothing is beautiful. Can I wear this for events? Would that be offensive to Indian people? And overwhelmingly the response was, when you wear it with the intention that we wear it with, which is to celebrate, you are wearing it with respect. We appreciate that you are wearing our clothing with respect, that you are showing the beauty. Oh, damn. So, wow.
No. And I love like you're just aware and thoughtful like that.
So I am wearing this for a 10-year celebration. Okay. Comes with the pants. Here's the pants. So this is, yeah. Oh, the right length. So these are the pants, and then like it's just this because it's under the beautiful garb, and then this is what's showing underneath. So this is the bottom of the pants. Beautiful. Guys, this was $300. Like, it is gorgeous. Okay, so that's the pants, and there's a shawl that comes with it. That's not what they call it though. I forget. There's a specific name for this. There is a specific name for this. Queen energy. I love even more with the pants, yes. Gorgeous. So you put this over your shoulders. Beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely stunning and beautiful. Yeah. It's not called a shawl though. There's a name for it.
Said and Black Butterfly said a sari. SARI.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Just look at that. Incredible. What beautiful work. I am very happy with this. Look at that color. Look at that color. Thank you. Sorry, that's right. Oh, I'm happy. Yes, I'm happy. So, I'm going to get all the wrinkles taken out. I'm going to hang it up nice and beautiful. I can't wait to try it on. I'm going to do that later. Gorgeous. Thank you. Yeah, very beautiful. Looks perfect. The color, yes. Yeah. Ooh. And my hoodie got something too. Okay. Oh, my little Guinevere. Come see Mama. Oh, yes. Oof. Oof. Hi. 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 Absolutely gorgeous. All the trolley trolls went away while we did a little fashion show. Guinevere. Hello, baby. So I'm going to send my two babies off to get a grooming. And I'm going to have them shaved all the way down all over. They're going to be naked, brand new naked puppies. Look at the fur baby. This is Guinevere. She's our little princess. We love her. She's very sweet. She's also a Tasmanian devil. Hey, baby. You're my good girl. And she gives us a bath in the morning. Hello. Yes, you're my good girl. Yes, you're my good girl. Chris, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So I wonder, first of all, the sari and the outfit is gorgeous. Well done. Secondly, have you heard any of the scuttlebutt about the grifter from Australia, the dangerous dating coach Jake? Have you seen that he's getting put through the ringer justifiably about the scam he pulls, but also I'm commenting on anyone sort of criticizing him to come to your side because his advice is dangerous to women. Telling men that they need to pick up their dates in the car on the first date. Women need to go to their house and sort of give it up on the first date. I mean, just all the danger and the ramifications of that. And I'm glad that women are finally speaking out and that the Australian media is calling them to task for some of these dangerous practices.
Yeah. So funny enough, I saw that I've been unblocked by him. I think which is TikTok unblocking people. I get people kind of my live stream and go, Jesus Christ, I thought I blocked you. So he did block me because other people, and he blocked me years ago, because other people kept tagging me in his posts, like, oh my God, can you believe what this guy said? So he just went ahead and blocked me. So this current affairs things came out, and out of curiosity, I went to his profile and I was unblocked. So I could see the comments on his videos, and I'm like, there must be people roasting him in the comments. So when you click on the video, it shows how many likes and it shows how many comments. Like when you kind of click on it, but then when you click on the comments to read the comments, note the number that you see, and then note how the number drops when the actual comments show up because of the comments he's deleting. So there's no negative comments in his comments section because he's deleting in his comments anybody who says anything negative.
And then people are bringing up receipts about how young and inexperienced his wife was. When they got married, I think it was like she was like 18 or 19 or something.
By the way,
all his
I just want to cut in. He did say if she didn't sleep with him on the first date, he wouldn't be with her today. Go on.
Yeah, no, totally, right? He's so misogynistic. It's gross. So he's always giving me the ick. But yeah, he's like, so women, you're in the right place. Being here with Chantel, she's gonna keep you safer than any of these grifter, male-centered dating coaches out here. So just anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I know that he had blocked you and that you guys, or he tried to lock horns with you or something, and that you were you were the opposite of him. And so I'm glad he's getting his
comeuppance. Yeah. And here's the thing. Like you'll notice on my channel, I really don't blast other people. It's very rare that I'll do like a stitch and blast somebody, right? Usually when I'm doing something like that, I'm picking one of these random guys with like 500 followers who says something super outlandish. And then I'll do a video saying, hey, it looks like you can't handle seeing women in the gym, maybe stay home. But when it comes to people that are more high profile, I don't really bother blasting them because I know their lack of integrity will be brought to light and I don't have to do it. So Jake Maddox, I know he's full of shit. I know he's super sexist. I know his advice is toxic. I know he's all about himself and he's a money grabber. It's about manipulating women into giving him money more than anything. I know all that. I don't have to say it. I know it will come to light eventually. And it did on the current affairs.
Exactly, right? The cream always rises to the top and the sludge always sinks to the bottom. So you're totally right. Anyway, so I just wanted us all to like gloat for a little while because you deserve the gloat. I'm happy for us.
Oh yeah. I am, make no mistake, honey bunny, I am gloating because I love seeing the takedown happen. I love seeing people get their karma. It's so satisfying. Yeah. So satisfying. So it looks like the baby boys, it looks like they take a nap at about 11:30. What do you guys think? Because they kind of quiet down at 11:30, and I think it's their nap time.
Wait.
Time for a nap and a snack for the baby boys. They're on other lives slinging insults, right? I mean, we're very boring for dysfunctional people, aren't we? I really like advising you to be boring to people that are toxic and obsessive and dysfunctional. Be so boring that they move on to another victim and leave you alone. So, my husband had cereal last night. Finished the cereal bag and left it on the counter. Am I going to complain about that? No. Because my car is going to need new winter tires. And he's going to buy me new winter tires. So I take this and I put it in the garbage.
It's his favorite cereal.
Oh, I don't care.
You don't care what his favorite cereal is?
Nope. I buy him healthy and on sale.
That's too funny.
Yeah. If he wants something else, he can go buy it himself. But I'm the purchaser, so I have the purchasing power. And if he doesn't like what I buy, he can go buy something else. But I am buying healthy that is on sale. When it's on sale, I stock up and I buy a ton so that by the time I'm out of my on sale healthy, I could buy more on sale healthy and stock up again. So, listen, if he wanted to add sweetener to his cereal, he could. And sometimes I will buy, not soy milk, I never get soy, but I'll get almond or cashew or oat milk. And sometimes I'll get the vanilla to put a little sweetness in his cereal for him. But sometimes I don't. So I kind of give him healthy, but not so tasty. And then every now and then it's like tastier. So I'm kind of like fluctuating the tastiness. So, healthy and tasty versus healthy and kind of not so tasty. He's like, oh, there's a difference. So he doesn't get used to like tasty all the time. I fluctuate him. So that like tastier is like, oh, look at this. I got a little boost of tastiness this week.
I've been on a high protein granola kick. Like I've always been a granola girly. That's always been my favorite cereal. I think other cereals that like are targeted for children are literally just dessert.
Yes.
In a box. But yeah, I've been finding cereals that are specifically higher protein, and I feel like they're sweet. Like I feel like they put honey in them. Yeah. Honey almond. That to me is a sweet cereal. Like that is sweet enough. So that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's like my favorite. The honey almonds that's my favorite.
Yeah. Eat pizza.
You said you don't want him to get used to tasty food.
Yeah, because listen, if you're awesome all the time, awesomeness loses the awesomeness. So I'm like, I go good enough, pretty good, awesome, and I keep fluctuating in between, right? But I don't go below pretty good. I stay pretty good. Like the house is pretty clean. The food is pretty decent. So I stay pretty good. And sometimes I'll go really good. And sometimes I'll go awesome. And that variety keeps awesome from just feeling mundane, in my opinion.
And the peas and tuna.
Bam. So sometimes I'm telling you, sometimes he gets a shitty meal. I will all caps own, sometimes he gets a shitty meal. So the shitty meal is fluctuated in between pretty good, awesome. So I have forgiveness for the shitty meal. I built up some brownie points. I will cash in some brownie points with the shitty meal every now and then. Next week, done. After 27th at 12:30. Okay, yes. Let's do that.
And dude, what the fuck is even that? What? I don't understand.
Comment? He keeps
Yes, like he keeps
I don't
saying it
know.
like it's supposed to matter. I don't understand, bro. No one knows what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
It's
why
a
I just
bot.
said enough.
It's bought. Oh. I need a fork.
Say it again, Ripple.
Now Ethan's still paying attention.
I don't know, but I want some.
His attention. His goulash.
Some gumball goulash.
Gumball
Sounds
goulash.
tasty. The good old GG. What's the recipe, Wally? What's the recipe for gumball goulash? You seem
Is it harder to make than sourdough bread? We need to know.
I don't know. Sourdough bread is pretty hard.
Ooh, I gotta boil some eggs too.
So there's levels to sourdough bread, and I am realizing that not all sourdough bread is created equal or as good. So it's just listen. I had some from I had some from a trucker restaurant yesterday, and I was like, "This is super sour. Like this is
Like a homemade bread, or was it a grocery store sourdough bread?
Oh, I'm sure it was from like some major industrial food company or something. It
Right,
probably
because when
wasn't
you
even.
look at when you get sourdough bread like at the grocery store, if you look at the ingredients, there's preservatives and stuff like that in it, right? When you make it at home, there's no preservatives. It's just, yeah, it's just bread flour and salt.
that video.
Get
Yeah,
my recipe for the gumball goulash. What happened?
I am making chicken fettuccine kind of thing.
Water soup. I want the gumball goulash. Man.
Ah, why can't these males listen?
Oak, you can try, but if it doesn't work, just save yourself the hassle and the heartache and just buy an already made starter. You can buy it dehydrated or like potentially a live one locally in a bakery.
Where did you get yours?
Made one and it wasn't strong, so I eventually gave up on it and I found a local bakery that makes sourdough and that sells their starter. So that's what I'm using now.
How much did you pay for a starter?
$10
Oh, nice.
for 50 grams. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of people sell their starters dehydrated. You can buy it online, and You just like rehydrate it. Hi, James.
Video you sent me when at the end when the lady said she just threw it all out, I was like clutching my pearls. I was like, no, because it was a 100-year-old starter. I was like, girl, give that to your neighbor who you bought the $50 loaf of bread from.
Oh, no, but she didn't say she threw the starter out. She threw the bread dough that she made. The bread or the dough, she threw it out. I don't know what she did with the
Oh, I thought
starter.
she threw everything out. I hope she gave it to the neighbor because that sounds so special.
Yeah, it does. The one I bought is 5 years old. Okay, you definitely can try it. Absolutely. Just make sure I'll send you a message.
Oh my God. The new BC in my head is before COVID. Does anyone else have that happen where you think of something in time and your reference for it is before COVID or after COVID? Is that just me?
No, I do that.
Oh, you do that? I thought you were saying no,
I
you
do.
don't.
I do it too. Yeah. Yeah.
It was just a different world. I feel like
Yes.
we entered a different timeline after that.
Yesterday, there was a salad bar in one of the stores here. In Alaska, there are no more salad bars. So I thought that was pretty.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
A video. Everybody was freaking out about the salad bars and the food bars, right? And there was a video of this guy literally drinking out of a soup. You know how they'll have like big containers of soup? This dude in one of these bars, food bars, was drinking out of the ladle of the soup container. So the joke was like everybody's freaking out about this, the CVID, and meanwhile, this is what people are doing.
Yeah.
I am voting that we change BC from before Christ to before COVID. Like, I think before Christ is now outdated and we need to change it.
I'm with you.
Writing some emails.
I'm gonna get right on top of that.
Get rid of the time change before we take care of the BC thing.
That's cute, Diana. I was going to say the same thing while we're at it.
Priorities.
Right. Uh-oh, look what we made you do, Chris. What's gross, Mr. Solomon? Oh,
From the ladle.
Yes. Unemployed final boss. Is that what you're saying about yourself? Because it's 12:30 p.m. Eastern time on a Tuesday, and you're not at work. Instead, you're too busy trolling on social media to be working, whereas this is my job and I make money doing this. Is that what you mean? Our gardener is back, working her magic. We have this wonderful woman named Sandy who comes every year because we have 6 acres, Diane, with tons of gardens all over the place. You guys were here when there was snow, I think. But yeah, lots and lots of gardens, and it's too much for me, and I don't have a green thumb, so I don't know what to pull and what to keep. And she's just so creative. Like, she'll take bits and pieces from here and go plant it over there, and she just like, we just hand it over to her and say, Sandy, you do whatever you feel you need to do. When you want something, you tell us what you want, we'll buy it, we'll provide it. She has been working on our gardens for at least 5 years, if not 6. And she has just turned this into a beautiful oasis, making sure that by the time she leaves, everything is just ready to like be gorgeous for the next year. And it's just incredible because like she just makes this such a beautiful place to be. So she's back this year. She works at a school library. So in the summer she's off, and so she gardens in the summer. Listen, we don't care what your opinions are because I'm not going to respect you. I'm going to tell you straight to your face. You're not important to us. So whatever you think, I'm letting you know you are irrelevant. We are indifferent to your thoughts and your feelings because you don't matter. And I'm not starting that with respectfully because I have no respect for you whatsoever. And for the record, the reason why I don't have any respect for that person is because I have no respect for people that are so morally bankrupt that they think they have some kind of right or standing or entitlement to tell other people what to do with their own bodies. I have no respect for people like that. I consider them morally bankrupt. All right, I'm gonna go feed my husband. Do you guys want to hold the fort for a moment?
Sure thing.
All right.
Hey, Chainless.
No,
Sorry, go on.
We don't censor people. We remove losers from our environment because we have standards and we respect ourselves too much to keep dysfunctional, toxic, abusive people around us. So what you called censored, we call removing losers because we don't tolerate dysfunctional people. Nobody should. They should always be removed so they can go get the therapy they need, but we're not going to bother with them. Okay.
Why don't you come up on the panel and have a conversation? Tell us with your full chest. Okay? Come on, Chainless.
Yeah, I can fully say with my chest that I do have a better life because of Chantel. And I was dating shit dudes, didn't know how to vet properly, didn't know how to pick properly. And then I learned. So, yes, my life is drastically better because I found Canada's dating coach.
Oh. When people complain about like censorship in these panels, like you're on a TikTok live. You know? People have a right to remove the comments, the people, whatever that they don't want.
It's definitely interesting that people get upset about that. Like, we aren't the US government. Whenever people cry about freedom of speech, we aren't the US government.
UMF, you realize that like we respect ourselves, right? Just because you don't respect yourself and you don't respect other people and other people's bodily autonomy doesn't mean that we don't respect ourselves. You're making that assumption. And I don't respect you. Why would I give a fuck if you respect me? I don't respect people who try to tell other people what to do with their bodies and try to repress people and suppress people and control people. And that's not society. That's you, right? That's you. We are also part of society, and we say something different than you do. So now what? Chainless, come on up to the panel. Come on up to the panel. Tell us what you really think.
Skilled. What is skilled?
If you have something intelligent to say, Chainless, we'd be happy to listen to it. Right? You haven't been writing anything reasonable in the comments, so I don't expect you to say anything reasonable, but if you have something intelligent to say, come up and say it. All you're doing is flailing in the comments and being insulting and disrespectful. So come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
It's called my dog.
Painless, how you think that you can just be rude and disrespectful to women and that we're just going to be okay with it? You want us to throw us all over, like throw ourselves on you? Hey, you big manly man? Is that what you think you are? Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Do you have something
finally.
intelligent? Do you have something intelligent to say, Chainless?
Now, who decides what's intelligent?
I do.
Obviously.
Okay, so there you go. So you guys have the yardstick?
My personal stick, absolutely. And I don't tolerate people that I find lack intelligence or practice willful ignorance.
Okay, so there you go. It means like either listen to me or get out, right?
It means I don't waste my time.
Yeah, so in short, you say, listen to me, I'm right, you're wrong.
You don't have to listen to me. You don't need to be here. You decided to come here of your own volition. I'm forcing nothing on you. So if you don't want to hear what I say, you go somewhere else.
No problem. Why did you come back? I was talking to the other
If
lady.
you don't want to hear what I say, you go somewhere else.
Nice. Okay, so now tell me what's your yardstick?
Watch.
It's too big for anything
Exactly.
you got.
I predicted that. I actually predicted
It's too big for anything you got,
Measure
little
up.
fella.
You never measure up.
At least he was smart enough to know I wouldn't tolerate someone like him. Okay. I predicted my stupidity and willful ignorance would have me removed from this woman's environment. Well done, sir. At least you were right about something.
When you can't even articulate your argument, just throw insults and be disrespectful. You don't sound intelligent, and then you complain that we don't allow just random opinions. No, we don't allow disrespect.
I predicted that me trolling on a site filled with women who are teaching actual education would have me removed for wasting their time. Good question. Hi, who says?
Well, hello. How are you ladies doing this? Well, it should be this afternoon, but seems like it's just morning to me.
There's a lot of stuff rubbing against your microphone. Can you treat this like a show? Like pretend you're sitting on a stage and you have to mind your microphone. Can you do that?
My microphone's right here.
Okay. So way too much background noise. So come back when you're not busy and you're able to sit and just converse. Let me know when you're ready to do that. I don't argue, right?
Painful.
I don't argue. So when I say something and you are negating what I'm saying, I just follow through and deal with the situation appropriately. So when I say I want a good quality of sound and I'm not getting it because there's all this movement and you negate what I just said, well, my microphone is right here. Well, I'm still moving all the sound. So I'm just going to deal with the situation appropriately. I don't want all the background sound. I'll just remove you for all the background sound that you're not being accountable to.
We don't allow stupid stuff like that.
It's funny how the disrespectful people get so offended that we don't accept disrespect. And it's funny how they want us to be examples of just allowing disrespect instead of us teaching women to remove disrespect. It's really funny. Quite interesting, actually. It seems like their number one complaint is we're not letting them be abusive. Funny, rambling about nothing with zero engagement. Oh, but you're here. You're engaging. You must feel engaged because you're here and you're watching and you're commenting, and that looks like engagement. But you're too stupid to call your engagement because you're too stupid. Isn't that funny? That's hilarious.
Funny is they're triggered by nothing. Why are you triggered into engaging about nothing? That doesn't make any sense.
I wish I learned these lessons years ago. That's why I wrote Dating 101. So that I can't backtrack. I wish I knew me years ago. I wish I had this mentality 20, 30 years ago. And I can't backtrack, but I can help us help the teens so that they don't say the same thing, which is why I wrote Dating 101. So no more assholes is for those of us who didn't get the education early enough to avoid the mistakes. Dating 101 is to help your teens understand how to not make the mistakes and to empower them. Look bad running the corner. We don't care how we look to you because you're irrelevant. See, this is your size to us. Nothing. There's not even any space here. The word we apply to you and people like you is indifferent. Do you know the definition of indifferent, Magic? Can you write the definition of indifferent in the comment section? By the way, I just made a request and I stand by it. I don't want you to write anything but the definition of indifferent. And if you write anything else, I'll just remove you for boring me. Okay? So what's the definition of indifferent? Mike, what's the definition? Tell us so we can see how smart you are.
I had an interesting conversation last night on my live. This guy came up and was asking me. At first I thought he was trolling, but then it turned out he was serious. But he was saying how he has these interactions with people, with women, and then he's like, they think that I'm interested, but I'm not. Anyway, so I was asking him a bunch of questions to figure out what was actually. Oh, there's Magic Mike answering you. He said, "Ah, wah, wah." He said, "Big baby."
So, bye-bye.
You need your mommy?
Go find her.
So anyway, it was really interesting because after I asked him a bunch of questions, it turned out he said he just likes complimenting people, giving people compliments and stuff. and then like they'd exchange numbers, and then like a week later, like they want something, and he just wanted friendship, and I'm like, are you clear about this? Like, do you have? He didn't realize. I was like, women, like if you met me and you gave me a compliment and we chatted and then we exchanged numbers, I would totally think that you're interested in me romantically, right?
Right.
And he was like, really? He was shocked about it. It was such a great conversation. He's like, oh, okay, I'll have to be more careful. I'm like, yeah, like explain what you're, that you're not looking for anything romantic and you're just wanting to be friends.
Yeah. I have another interview with Canadian Affairs at 1:00, and I'm gonna get ready for that, and I'll bring you with me. So let me just find something to wear. Make sure. No, I need a little standy stand. Okay. All right. What am I gonna wear? What color? What color? What are we wearing? I mean, I'm loving this.
Canadian Affairs.
It's a online Canadian news journalistic
Oh, cool.
place. Teal. Everybody says teal. Two votes for teal. Something real purple. Very official. Yeah, right. Do they have a YouTube channel? I didn't look into them too deeply. Yeah, I didn't, maybe, but I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. Oh, freshen up the makeup. Oh. Sounded very official, right?
I've got it here. Canadian Affairs. Canadian Affairs' mission is to publish high-quality reported journalism on undercovered topics that matter to the lives and livelihoods of Canadian families and professionals. We are focused on creating an exceptional news experience for our readers, offering concise, curated, and impactful journalism in a sleek digital format. We ask readers who value this experience to pay for it by becoming subscribers. Launched in 2023.
Mhm. You're really making bread? Donnie. You got 10 minutes, Donnie. News in any way? Please talk about proton therapy. Jason, I do have a specific topic that I talk about, and it's more mental than medical. What does proton therapy do? You piqued my curiosity.
Ask any question that you want.
I'm an open book. I love curiosity. It's a sign of intelligence. I love helping people navigate problems. I love helping people find solutions. I'm very good at that. No. The open forum is for anything other than the prompt. I am a life coach. I niche in dating and relationships. There's a lot that I can touch on and help with, because I just have a very good problem solving brain. I just applied it as a life coach to dating and relationships because it actually allows me the opportunity to touch into many, many topics. Alternative to chemo. So also alternative to chemo is a place in Tijuana, Mexico. This American doctor actually has a cure for cancer, but it works best if you've never done chemo and still have your immune system. They take all your testing and they make you a curated cancer treatment, and it helps you get rid of cancer. It's in Tijuana. He was in the US, but they took him to court and 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 took him to court because they don't want you curing cancer in the US. So he took his practice and went to Tijuana, and he doesn't charge a whole lot of money. It's like $3,000 to go get your cancer treatment. All over. Why ask? Never heard of you. Hi, well, here I am now. Nick, I had a question. Proton therapy uses a focused beam of protons to destroy the cancer. I'm safer than chemo. I think a lot of stuff would be safer than chemo. I don't think my love. Okay. Okay. So, on the Canadian Affairs last time, we talked about women who were choosing to not get married. Or is that what the topic is this time? I forget. Shoot. Yeah, I think last time the topic was marriage. I forget what we're talking about this time, though. It's a tough topic, so you don't want to ask. Alrighty. Let's go. Settle in. Hello.
Hey, can I ask a question and then not ask a question?
Good question, Diane.
I wonder if he's being filtered.
Because it's a tough topic, he says. All right, 5 minutes. I asked
Nick, then it didn't come through. Maybe it got filtered, but we do not. I've been watching, looking for your question. It did not come in.
So, Nick, do this. Write 2 words, press send. 2 words, press send. 2 words, press send. Like, write your question out that way. Let's see what's getting filtered out. Wow. No, okay, don't do that then.
The only thing I can see is, can we ask a question or do we have to address the prompt?
Yeah.
That was the only question I've seen.
Guinevere, are you coming to cuddle mama? Hi, you'll come see mama? Hello, baby.
During your interview, I'm going to drop down for a bit. I got to take a shower and do some stuff. But if you're still up late, are you planning, you're going to be up after your interview?
Yeah, I'll keep going after.
Okay, I might come back.
Okay, my love.
Bye.
Bye. Look what we got. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oops. Oops, I can't kiss with gloss. Hi. Oh my goodness, you're just so sweet. She's just so sweet. So the angel eyes are working. It takes time. You got to be consistent every day. It takes a few months of giving them angel eyes to stop the tears from coming out, that leaking that those little dogs tend to have. So I've been giving her the angel eyes, and it's drying up. Like her tear ducts are drying up. She's not constantly leaking. Every day I take my nail and I just kind of scratch out whatever gummed up, whatever I can, and then just dry and do that on both sides and give her angel eyes. And it's nice to see just that regression of the tearing and the staining of her fur. So she's gonna go get a haircut in about a week, just all shaved off. So like there's just gonna be fresh fur coming out, and hopefully there's not gonna be any more staining happening. Yeah. I'm gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Package delivered. My goodness, though, that outfit is so gorgeous. I can't wait to try it on. I cannot wait. Nick, ask me your question. I want to know. I'm curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Jason mostly helped with the dehumidifiers. Don't remember a lot about it. I was only there for a day. I wonder what was before that. I'm gonna miss Kitty Cat. Thank you. Ooh, block this mentally ill person. Block. Delete this mentally ill person. Delete.
Recording in progress.
All right. Gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Hello, Kate. Hello, Jason. Welcome. Welcome to the tribe. I see your photos. So I've been wearing my new Dossier perfumes. I bought 5 perfumes from Dossier. Ambery Saffron is a very popular one. People love the scent of it. I I can't take accountability for my imagination and emotions because I got to think about who she slept with and give myself feelings because I can't ground myself in reality because I'm insecure and emotional, right? Yeah, pegged you. Pegged ya. Loser trying to turn his rejection into a flex. Look at me. I got a low body count. I'm high value. Loser. Nobody wants a loser. What else is the loser gonna say? Hi.
Oh, wait. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Chantal. How are you doing?
Amazing, my love. How are you?
Good. So nice to speak with you again.
You too. Yes.
I knew that I could book with you through your, I'll just jump into it. But I wanted to ask you for permission first. That's why I sent the email, because I didn't want to book it and then you didn't want to speak on this for whatever reason or didn't have time.
Yes. All good, my love.
So I guess before I start, if you could also give me permission to record later on, but
yeah, right.
Basically,
Like,
the story,
is there? Do I need to press something to give you that permission right now?
I think so. I'll do it right now. Send request.
Yes. There we go. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so basically, it's what we spoke about in our previous interview. The story is going to come out this week sometime. That story that I had spoken to you about last time. And we're basically running another piece on the rise of cohabitation agreements and prenups. So I'm speaking to different divorce, like family lawyers, divorce lawyers, different experts. I love having your perspective because it's like a dating coach who advises people on getting them. And there has been a rise, they say, specifically in cohabitation agreements rather than the prenups because there's been a fall in marriage. So it's interesting that people are seeing the value in putting money into this. As I understand it, it's a few $1,000s. So I'm getting quotes of $3,000 to and upwards. So depending on how many assets or whatever a person has. I just love to hear your thoughts and how you've advised, a lot of the people who come to you for advice on how to handle.
Yeah. So, sorry. I've been saying for several years now to women, never let somebody move into your home without a cohabitation agreement or a rental agreement. And that agreement says that when they leave, they take their stuff with them, and that's all. And also that agreement should have a 30-day I get you out of my place clause, that you get to give them a 30-day notice. And at the end of 30 days, if their stuff is still in your house, it goes on the curb. You're not responsible for them and their stuff. This is your place. Because like we discussed, people are turning away from marriage. People are redefining dynamics of relationships. And instead of doing what culture says, they're asking themselves, what do I want? Which is why we're seeing a rise in people that are in relationships, but not cohabitating. But for the people who are deciding to cohabitate, listen, women right now are the number one demographic of home buyers because we're not being held back anymore. So because we're not being held back, we're busting out with all of our amazing qualities like work ethic and financial responsibility and intelligence. So we are graduating from STEM and having incredible careers and buying our own properties because we don't need to be shifted from the father to the husband anymore because we have bank accounts and money. So because we are now able to be who we are capable of being, we have our own property now and we need to protect ourselves financially.
That's so fascinating. Do you find that people, like the women who come to you, they're at that point in their relationship, are they, I don't know how to ask, but when you're successful, I'm really in your 20s or in your 30s and they're moving in. Sorry, I'm trying to divide my question because I think I have two separate questions. So I'll start with over 30. Yeah. You found success in your career. you're making good money, you have your own property, or you have like a great apartment that you love that you're renting, and then is the boyfriend wanting to move in with them? Is that usually like the question? Because it's interesting that you like that's the way that you're presenting it, and it kind of sounds like that the woman wants to stay in her home.
Yeah.
This is my house. I don't want to move into your place. Like, you come to me. Yeah. Is that what you find that's happening at this point?
So there's a term. Take the word homosexual and replace the M in homo with a B. And what we are seeing is a lot of hobosexuals. These are males who don't make as much money as women, aren't as responsible and financially adept as women, who are weaseling their way into women's hearts by using the dating strategy that women have been brainwashed into using, which is selection before observation. So kissing, having sex, falling for them, and then finding out who they are. But when we have emotions for people, and then we find out what they're lacking, like work ethic and financial responsibility, we're like, I'm going to help him build himself up, become more responsible and hardworking so he can be at my level. And so she's letting a hobosexual move into her home because she has feelings for him, hoping he will eventually rise to her level by being influenced by her.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Is that like prominent?
It's prominent enough for it to have a terminology. By the way, this was coined by, what's her name, you guys? I've got a live stream going right now. I started a live stream at 10 a.m. Melanie, shoot. Guys, Melanie who came up with hobosexual. I actually interviewed her. She's on my podcast. I'm just having a hard time remembering her last name right now. Hamlet. Thank you. I knew it was a H-A-M. So Melanie Hamlet. Mel Hamlet is a writer. You'll find her writing articles for Cosmo, Vanity, all kinds of stuff. She's a very prominent writer, so you can easily find her. So do credit her if you're going to use the term hobosexual in your article. It does, from what I can remember, it does come from her. I think she coined it. So she's the one, because she had a lot of experience with hobosexuals, and so she taught us about hobosexuals, and she's warning us against this. And there's also a creator on TikTok, Miss Dolly, D-O-L-Y, and she's an older woman. She's close to 60, if not in her 60s, dating, and she's like, oh my God, so many of these males are looking for a home to move into. They're looking for a woman who has her success because they don't have it.
That is so interesting. I'm going to look her up. Thanks so much for providing the name, and thanks to who's watching for helping us out.
Yeah.
I guess I wanted to ask, about that earlier age bracket, so the younger Canadians.
Yes.
In their cohabitation is very prominent now, obviously among like everyone, but when you're out of college or you're in college, you have that boyfriend, you want to move in together, maybe once you graduate, once you're starting your jobs. Do you find that those women have those questions for you as well when they're really young and they're searching out those early on relationships? And what kind of pitfall do you find that they're falling into?
So there's a lot of cultural conditioning, and if they haven't seen me or someone like me, then they're just automatically falling for the cultural conditioning that says you find a boy, you kiss, you have sex, you fall for him, you date, you move in, you get engaged, you get married, you have kids, you sacrifice everything basically. You sacrifice your body, sacrifice your mental health, you sacrifice your time for the benefit of the family that you are now in, that you've created. So, I almost did that myself automatically, almost had a baby automatically until, I realized that I had a choice instead of just doing what my culture says to do. And I thought about it and I decided after a year to get my tubes tied. So sometimes women come across somebody like me that shows them they have options, You have the option of getting married or not. You have the option of having children or not. You have the option of cohabitating or not. So once they start getting a whiff of options, then they start to use more critical thinking instead of just automatically doing what you're supposed to check off the checklist as you go through life. And so those of them that are doing more critical thinking are asking questions. Well, what should I be doing? What should I be thinking? And then this is where we can step in and say, listen, it's okay to get married. It's okay to have kids. It's okay to be a stay-at-home mom, but you need to protect yourself. So before you commit to a relationship, have the conversations about what you want for yourselves, which means before you even start dating, think about what you want for yourself. Do I want a career? Do I want children? Do I want something in between, a career and kids? Balancing it. So think about what you want and then find the person who, when you present your life plan, goes, mine matches. So your goals, values, and timelines are aligned. Now, let's say you find that person. We need to put protective measures in place. So let's say in this situation, I'm in college, university, I'm going to maybe start a career after, I'm going to have children. At the first child, I'm going to stay home 1 year, 2 years, have the second child 2-3 years in, stay home some more, 1 year, 2 years. So I'm looking at maybe 5 years of staying home, doing childcare. So let's put this into the prenup, where the years where I'm home doing childcare, this is my university degree. This is the career I would have had. This is the payment I would have been getting with this career every month. So every month that I'm not working, I need that money to go in my bank account. Can you afford for me to stay home? Because I don't stay home and be free labor. I'm not staying home so that you don't have to pay for childcare. That's bullshit. Because while you're not paying me, I'm also not getting paid my career, which means my bank account is staying at zero. That's bullshit. I'm not going to have this for myself. So the prenup says, whatever amount of time I'm staying home, you're putting this amount of money into my bank account, because I should never be reduced to zero for the labor I provide.
I'm wondering how well the partners are receiving this message, you know?
If he doesn't like that she refuses to be uncompensated for her labor, shouldn't she move on?
What does this compensation look like? You know, you describe it as getting it 100% into her bank account.
Yeah.
Would this also include like the payment of like the rental of the house, or like mortgage payment of the house,
Right.
things like that, that the other partner is covering? I'm wondering if it's like, you know, what I get paid per month right now, and I suddenly go to have a baby, like would it be that
Right.
amount per month that you're
So
describing?
let's just say you became a nanny in someone else's home. So you live in their home, you provide childcare from sun up until bedtime. So your work day is how long? That's pretty long, isn't it? That's a long work day. How many hours would you say that is from sun up until bedtime? How many hours?
A lot.
Let's
It depends
say
on when the kid, you know, gets up and goes to sleep. Let's say 12.
12. So would you work 12 hours a day for room and board? Genuine question.
Oh, to me, sorry, thought it was rhetorical. Would I work 12 hours as the nanny per day for free? No.
No, exactly. So, so let's take into consideration that no logical human being should be working for room and board, certainly not 12 hours a day. So we need to take that into account. No woman should be in a home giving 12 hours of labor a day for room and board. So we're going to take a look at how much she would have made with her degree. We take that into account. So somebody with a higher education or education towards a higher paying job, we need to take that into account, because after 5 years after my degree, I get a degree and then a 5-year gap, my degree doesn't work anymore. and I have no experience. So I take my 5-year-old degree and go apply for jobs with zero experience. Who's going to hire me? Let's just say I have my degree and then I work 2 years and then I have a 5-year gap. This doesn't count anymore still. So we need to take all that into account towards her future. So I would have made $3,000 a month. I would have made $3,000 a month. That's pretty low. That's pretty low, but we'll say $3,000 a month. Now, let's say what we're living in costs $2,000 a month. Am I doing the housework? I am, because I'm home. Am I doing the shopping, the cooking, the cleaning? If he's paying 100% of the bills, I am. So we have this division of labor, right? Whatever the two labors in the home is the physical labor and the financial labor. So whatever percentage you're not paying into the financial labor is the percentage you're responsible for in the physical labor. And then childcare is 100. So let's just say my partner comes home at 5 o'clock. Well, I did the childcare from morning until 5 o'clock. So come 5 o'clock, here's your baby. It's your turn for childcare. It's my turn for working. So I can balance. I can use my degree and I can do my work in the evenings. I can work at a job. I can work something. I can keep my work history so that when I leave, I can go and work. Now, that would work if I can work in the evenings, if I can do the childcare in the daytime, and he's going to do all the childcare at night, and I can work my job in the evenings, and I could still even maybe work around nap times and stuff if I have the time, if I have the energy. So that would work because we're balancing everything. But if there's no balance, if he comes home at 9 o'clock at night, I'm doing the entire childcare. So there's no balance for me. There's no ability for me to ensure that I am maintaining my education and my experience in order to get a job. That means I need to have money put into my bank account so that it is not at zero. If we split up, I shouldn't have a zero bank account and then have to rely on you to have the integrity to ensure that I have enough money to survive. So if they're paying all the bills and I'm doing all the childcare, all the working, this is not balanced anymore because I'm going above and beyond. I'm taking care of everything, including your responsibility for childcare. So where's my payment for what I'm doing that is your part?
Also, that's interesting. So there's an ability to balance with those hours as well, along with the payment.
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If it's not a demand or an expectation that I sacrifice everything about myself in order to plug into the family, if I'm still able to be an individual pursuing myself, my goals, my interests, my ambitions, fine. That works for me. But if the expectation and the demand is that I no longer exist as an individual, I'm a wife and a mother only, I need to be compensated for what I'm plugging into this relationship because I need to know that without you, I still have the means to survive.
And now, where the women come to you in your books, like how do you recommend approaching that conversation with your partner?
It starts before you become a partner, because why should we get in a relationship with somebody who's not okay with a proper balance and fairness?
And are they, I guess, does anyone come up to you? I'm sure it's happened where they're resisting their partner's like, why would you want to discuss, this cohabitation agreement? We're just getting to know each other. I don't understand why we're planning for the breakup.
Oh no,
How
we're
do you
not.
approach those conversations?
So planning for a breakup is an incorrect way of phrasing that, because when you buy insurance for your vehicle, you're not planning to drive it into a wall. So we're not planning for a breakup. We are ensuring that the people we're getting into a relationship with is aligned with us, is aligned with fairness, and is able to be fair. And I'm having all these discussions before commitment to make sure the alignment is there, because under no conditions should anybody commit to somebody and then work backwards to figure out if they committed to the right person.
And in your experience, have clients come up to you and said how much they appreciated having a cohabitation agreement? Like how significant has it been in some of these people's lives?
I believe Dondra has had a situation like that. I don't know if she's here right now on my live stream. She's a frequent watcher on my live stream, but there's something that she said about a situation with an ex. If I remember correctly, she had to kick him out of her house. So I'm not sure I think she had a cohabitation agreement with them, which facilitated the process. That would be the one personal story that I can think of. I don't think I've come across other personal stories like that. But like, this is kind of a new phenomenon for women to be so financially independent and to have their own properties. And there was, like, first I saw women being taken advantage of. Like, he moved into my house and then, I had to kick him out because he's toxic and disastrous. And he basically stole half of my equity, in essence, forced me to sell my house, kind of thing. And so when I saw those stories, I was like, let me wave the warning flag to women and say, don't set yourself up for the same disaster. Make sure you have the cohabitation agreement or a rental agreement before they move in.
Absolutely. And, in your experience, is the prenup and cohabitation agreement, like, is your advice the same to both, or are there kind of differences in the approach or kind of things that you would include for either?
So in my mind, they're kind of one and the same, because it's just a preemptive contract that you create in a logical moment when you have fairness on mind, that protects you in moments of chaos when people might have difficulty being fair.
And, what do you say? You mentioned some of the things that we should include. So you kind of answered my question already, but I was wondering if you had anything to add in, like, what are those important things that need to be checked off or at least spoken about to include in these kinds of agreements?
Financial protection, what I bring with me, like this is what I have now. So this is what I'm going to take with me. Should we split? An agreement that what we created together is going to be split fairly. An agreement that the labor I provide will be compensated.
Labor you provide will be compensated, and that's referring to
childcare. Yeah.
And I guess one question that came up, I wrote it down here. I'm going over like what I'm making notes as you talk. Do you recommend women look for like a big bracket that someone's earning in, like for them to be able to afford, women taking care of the child for a very, very long time, very, very long hours? It would take like a high income earner.
Yes.
And so
listen, if you can't afford a child, don't have a child, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sorry.
So it'd be like matching those expectations and those hours and those work, so that they're fairly compensated. I guess I'm working through this in the way that I'm going to write it. Sorry, I'm doing it out loud.
Yeah.
Is there do you recommend that women look for these kinds of providers? I guess, if they have the expectation that he's a low income earner, let's just say, then you need to manage as with your expectations of the relationship. Is that really what you want? Am I understanding this correctly?
I kind of want to degender it, actually, like ungender that, because men are just as capable of being good fathers. Men are just as capable as being good housekeepers, good shoppers, good cookers. And so I really think you should look at the strengths in the couple. Does she have a incredible job that advances her, that she makes tons of money in and she's really super happy, and he's a lower income earner working in a factory, and he's very kind and generous and empathetic and gentle and playful and will be an excellent father and an excellent housekeeper and cook and shopper. And so he could be the primary caregiver and she could be the one doing the financial providing. So, it was kind of an aside to your question, but I wanted to put that in because, I don't want us to just focus on women only being caregivers and being the one who stays home and perhaps spends more time at home. Because again, women are getting their degrees and they're working incredible jobs and making tons of money. So maybe she has the baby, but he's the one who stays home and takes care of the baby. What's your question again? Bring it back to me again.
Oh, no, that's fine. That was a good answer. I guess it was about how women can manage their expectations. We can also, approach it from the men's point of view, but what you're going to get out of the relationship if you do end up having children or you do end up needing that childcare element. I guess we spoke about the example of having $3,000 a month, but then you said, if he can take care of the child, that's the hours that he's putting into it as well. So it's not just about getting, that amount into your bank account. It's about making it equitable on both ends. So I just wanted to ask, how can women best manage their expectations if someone isn't able to afford but needs those hours?
Right. So it's all about the vetting process before actually even committing to a relationship, let alone having a child. So she needs to ensure that he has consistency in terms of ambition and work ethic and financial responsibility.
And you spoke about those messy breakups. I've taken 30 minutes of your time, by the way.
It was good. It was
I just
fun.
have a few
Yeah.
more questions.
Yes, all good, my love. Yeah.
Yeah. You spoke about that messy breakup, when it's not working out. I'm wondering how we can best manage that. If, you just said if they don't, it's about that vetting process.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work out, then they need potentially to cut that off.
Right.
How would a woman manage that conversation and that kind of breakup where it's it's not going to work out because it doesn't match my goals?
Would that be before living together or after getting married, living together? Where are we?
That's a great question. I guess it's when to tie it into the cohabitation agreement or that prenup agreement, maybe you're already together or maybe you're about to get, you vetted and then it's that's the last thing, they don't want to do it. How would you manage that conversation?
So usually the reason for breaking up isn't because they're still the person you started a relationship with, is because they're no longer the person you thought they were. I thought you were so consistent, hardworking, generous, responsible, respectful, honest. But look at this pattern that I've been fighting with for so long that I'm done fighting about, which is the opposite. So what we see then is you changed, but my standards didn't, so I have to go.
Awesome. And I guess that's the last question I wanted to ask, in terms of what resources you provide to help with those cohabitation, women who want to navigate either making one or how do I find where they have questions about it. Do you have a book that maybe I could hyperlink or a video or some resources on your website?
I don't speak specifically about cohabitation agreements or prenups. I will make a TikTok here and there saying that I agree with prenups because I get the question from people sometimes, what do you think about a prenup? And they always think it's a gotcha. And I'm like, I have one. And I broached it with my husband because I knew he was going to anyway. So I'm the one who brought it up. So, and our prenup is what's yours is yours. What's mine is mine. That's it. I'm not taking any his. He's not taking any of mine. Sorry, what was your question again? Why did I just do that twice in a row? What was your question again?
No, no problem. If you had like a resource or something that I could
Oh, yes.
hyperlink,
Okay.
but that's just extra, so it's no
Yes.
problem.
I
I will do the same as last time in your
yeah.
title, like hyperlink.
So I don't specifically have a resource, but my vetting process, which helps you end up with a person who is fair and loves you more than dysfunction, is No More Assholes for women and The Perfect Play for men. Because without a proper vetting process, you're getting yourself in deep water. You are putting yourself in a lot of potential trouble. You're putting yourself in a situation where you might have blinders on because you are emotional about the person and you want to make it work, and you're even holding on using a cost, like a sunk cost fallacy. I've invested so much time and money. I don't want to lose my investment. If I put in more time and money, maybe I can make this work and not lose all this time and money. And so they're holding on for too long. I want to help women make sure that they don't hold on to the wrong person. I want to help them make sure they don't commit to the wrong person. And this takes place in the pre-commitment phase. It's a lot easier to let go of the wrong person when you're not kissing, having sex, or letting them encroach into your apartment or house. So no sleepovers, no exclusivity for the first 3 months. And when we do this, it's an arm's length approach first, because if we let them move in quickly in the beginning, can you count how many fingers I'm holding up? No, because
Yeah.
they're too close, right?
Right.
But look what they're missing when they step back, and you can examine them from a distance. So when you use a vetting process that's arm's length first, I get to see what you're about before I commit to you. I get to get rid of the person who's missing what I need, like fairness.
Yes, and this would apply to when a person like falls in love like really quickly in the beginning.
Right.
Thinks
Which is
that they, yeah.
what they call love in the beginning is actually procreation drive. So when we do no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, our procreation drive might kick into high gear because perhaps we're young and still very fertile, and he has a very, very nice gene code. And gene code is in the symmetry of the face. When you think about a bridge and you see the triangles on the bridge, that's what keeps the bridge strong. So symmetry in the face, pupil to pupil, straight line, pupil to tip of the nose, straight line. If these are straight lines, that's what you call attractiveness. That symmetry in the gene code means they're going to make a strong baby. So if you are in love in the very beginning without knowledge and insight about who they actually are, it's only procreation drive, not actual love. Actual love comes with knowledge and insight, understanding who they are, the good, the bad, the ugly, and accepting your differences. And it's also, the second part of love is the behaviors you choose to do that benefit the well-being of the person.
That's so perfect, Chantal. I have no more questions. Is there anything that you'd like to add that maybe I didn't touch on, or you want to talk further about?
I just really want people to understand that observation before selection will help them avoid a lot of disasters.
Absolutely. That's so great, Chantal. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Okay, anytime, my love, okay?
Okay, awesome. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Bye.
Ba-ba-da-ba. Na, 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 na. Great analogy. Why, thank you. All right. I could say, oh, actually, I was going to stay in here. My little Guinevere. Oh, that was Charlie behind me. That was my choo-choo. Okay. All right, let's go to the kitchen. And, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And do some dishes. Pretty cool. I liked watching that. Yay. I saw lots of chatty chats going on. Enjoyed that interview? Yay, good. Good. Happy to hear. All right, I want the slippers. And we're back. You missed it. Oh no. Sweet Gwen. Hi, yes. Hello, Dr. Ajahn. You killed it. Thank you. Buffering. The little pitter patter looping. Uh oh. What happened? Are we okay? Live is working fine. Okay. Hello, bravo. Oh, thank you, Libertas. I actually stopped giving interviews for news agencies, journal, whatever. I stopped it for a while. I got a little frustrated with it, but I'm liking her, so I am. I'm liking her. I like her personality. I don't know, something about her. I like her. So for board, why do we expect for board? Why do you expect Wise to do that? What's that about? Guinevere, no. Two parts. I talked too much. What was the first part? It didn't show up my love. I don't know why. I don't know why. Guinevere, why? Let's see the first part. Do you guys want to see a picture from my weekend? We had a Sunday fun day with the friends. My friends built a beautiful new deck on their backyard and had some of us come over. And they took out the DJ decks and nobody coordinated, but three of our DJs were wearing white. We had a good time, lots of dancing. Sounds like fun. Lots of fun. Too much fun. I didn't tell you yesterday, but I had no sleep on Sunday night. I did Monday's live stream on this much sleep the night before. Because so my friends were like, come over, we're gonna have a little backyard get together, noon until 8 p.m. So I get there, it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I don't know, it's about 6 o'clock, and Courtney's like, hard stop at 1. Hard stop at 1 a.m. Hard stop at 1. And then about 12:30, she's like, 2 o'clock, hard stop. And we get to about 2 o'clock, and she goes, 1 more hour. And we get to 3 o'clock in the morning, and Matt and Maria are like, 5 a.m. We're leaving at 5 a.m. So we get to 5 a.m. We're still, all these little conversations, dancing, DJs are still going. No such thing as too much fun. So it's just, we love being around each other. Like, this is a very curated group of people. We had a new person join us. Her name was Lauren. Rachel brought her. Lauren is a veterinary, a vet at the Guelph University in the emergency. She deals with like the emergencies with your dog and your cat. Just fun, super fun, like lovely, no drama, dancing, conversing, warm, friendly, gorgeous tattoos. Like, she has a 60-hour tattoo, Alice in Wonderland, down her side. Famous last words. So I've been talking to my friends about a commune for years. And it was really cute because, like we haven't been together since the beginning of April. I don't know if you guys remember when I went to Toronto and I went dancing in Toronto towards the beginning of April. So we haven't had a group get together since then. And we were like, oh, it's been so long. And I'm like, yes, we need to all live together. And Matt's like, I'm thinking this too. You know what? We should have like container houses. And then in the middle, we have the communal area. And I'm like, yes, Matt. So it's really wonderful because I'm like, ooh, the seeds I'm planting are starting to take root because we love each other's company. We love being around each other. And it's so hard once we come together because there's so much warmth and affection and love and support, and we're so intelligent and successful. There's so much for us to talk about when we see each other. So it's uplifting, it's dynamic, and it's just, I say to them, I'm like, because I'm such a homebody at this time in my life now. I'm a homebody. My estrogen is going down, which means I'm kind of having the consequence of lower estrogen. Like my spatial ability is going down. It's reducing. I'm getting a little bit more anxiety, which combined, if you research menopause and driving, you'll notice that women start getting more nervous about driving when they get older, and it's because of that lowering of the estrogen. And so I'm more loath to leave the house, and the further away it is, the less I want to go. And I've noticed that, like, that shift, because I mean, a 6-hour drive when I was in my 20s was nothing. I didn't even think about it twice. I just did it. Whereas now I'm like, oh, 45 minutes away. I don't know. So I'm kind of like more of a homebody. It's harder to get me out of the house. And I said to them, I'm like, you are the only people I leave my house for. And you are more family for me than any family I've ever had. There's Sandy. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What topic are you here for?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What topic are you here for?
Oh, the body count doesn't matter.
Okay. I am discussing this in a very specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So we're not discussing this in an individualized way, only a factual or scientific way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree these are scissors?
I'm not going to be talked down to if that's how you're going to start the
No,
conversation.
I want to know if you're able to agree that these are scissors.
Nope, I'm out.
So there you go. Bye-bye. Leave. You said you're out. Just go. There you go. So do you notice how I like to ascertain if they're willing to have a logical discussion, right? So this guy let us know he's not willing to have a logical discussion. So out you go. We're not going to waste our time. Ashton, what topic are you here for? Hello? Oh. That was a pretty quick nope, right? Yeah. Good morning, Decree. Hello. Okay, bye. Guys don't like it when you put boundaries in place. Exactly. Pamela, right? So that's why you start with boundaries, because it's the fastest way to find out what's in front of you. Is this somebody controlling, toxic, abusive, disrespectful? Having boundaries is going to help you find out sooner rather than later. Ashton didn't make a peep. I don't even, maybe they butt on me. So that other guy definitely showed his colors, right? I can't handle a woman speaking logic to me. That feels like being talked down to. Did you notice that a woman speaking logic felt very offensive to that person? Such a red flag when he immediately interprets assertiveness as talking down to him. That wasn't even assertiveness. That was just, can we ascertain ground rules? Nope, nope, nope. Absolutely not. If I'm not controlling this, I'm out of here. Maybe some mama drama, some mama trauma. Maybe. We should start asking them, who hurt you? Do you have mama trauma? Who hurt you? You must have mama trauma. Another little boy with some mama trauma. Daddy issues. Let's talk about your mama trauma. He's still mad at his exes. He's still mad at his exes and his ex's previous partners. He's mad at everybody. He's mad at me because I wanted to know if he could call it a pair of scissors. That made him so mad. Mama trauma. It made him so mad. That I wanted to see if this is a person who can call scissors scissors so I know what I'm dealing with. Mad at his exes. Yeah, 100%. He can't stop being mad at everything. This guy is running at windmills from left, right, and center. How's your mama trauma treating you? Don't vomit your mama trauma on me. Yeah, they do out themselves, but it's up to you to let them out themselves. That's why you're supposed to use the no kissing for 3 months dating rule. So they do out themselves before you get damaged by them. I love your teaching. Yes, good, good, good. I'm glad that you're here learning it, my love. Carla. 16. That's a lot of kitties. 3-month thing? Isn't that just friends to lovers? Oh, you don't want to be friends with your long-term partner, KG? You think friend is a bad word? Is that it? KG? What's your answer? No, it's supposed to be a great relationship, Brad. It's friends to lovers is how we're supposed to develop a relationship. Hey. If you're not developing a friendship, why are you starting a long-term relationship? 2 dogs and I'm taking 6 goats. Bearded dragon. Corn snake. Nice. I almost got one of those. Ferret. Cockatiel. Look at you. Sean Marie, do you give your pets lots of cuddles every day? That's a lot of love, Sean Marie. Sean Marie with the I wonder what. I love your goats. That's cute. So, KG, what we say is that if you're incapable of creating a foundation of friendship, respect, shared goals and timelines, appreciation of each other's efforts, ability to communicate and solve things together, and make each other laugh, you should not be committing to a relationship. So if the foundation isn't there, there will be no commitment. Does that make sense to you? STDs, it looks like this James person is busy catching armpit chlamydia because they come from purity culture, evidently, because he doesn't understand what safety is. So he's one of those purity culture people giving each other armpit chlamydia. Yeah, we don't want your STDs either, James. Go Google armpit CH. Go Google Mormons and soaking. You people are sick. You're sick. We don't want your STDs. Stay in your corner, please. If it's not organic, it's not going to happen. Exactly. If you can't show me that you're able to develop a friendship, respect, share goals and timeless appreciation of my efforts, ability to communicate and solve things with me and make me laugh, if you can't organically do that, there's no way I'm committing to you and hoping you will. So yes, it needs to be an organic, good relationship before we commit, because we're not going to commit and hope it happens. So no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, minimum 3 months. Show me you have the capability of organically growing something real with me. And if not, it's a good thing I didn't kiss you. No, a body count doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. That's correct. Obviously, I'm not speaking for religiously indoctrinated, toxic, dysfunctional, egotistical people. Body count doesn't matter to the other people, the ones that are not egotistical, indoctrinated, dysfunctional, or toxic. Body count does not matter to the people who are not controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, or PP obsessed. Body count does matter to people that are controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed. Andrew's going to disappear into nothing because he's toxic and stupid. Here's the block. Here's the delete. Did you see that? Yes. Amazing, right? Amazing. That's what you do with these toxic people. You just make them non-existent. Exercise your power, ladies. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Non-existent.
He gone.
Poof, he gone. Who's he? I don't know. Nobody.
How
They
was
don't
your
exist.
interview? Speaking of no one.
It was great. It was great. There's the lady who writes the articles that interviews me. I just like her. So she was again, like, because we've done her, this is the second one now. Again, she was kind, sweet, intelligent, asked great questions. Yeah. Yeah. Greetings to you. Hi, lovely. How are you, Diane?
And I'm great.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
it.
you know what? Yesterday I spent some time zhuzhing up my energy.
Using up. Tell us what you did.
I just had some me time when I went to the gym. I listened to some Abraham Hicks. I listened to Abraham Hicks. That always like uplifts me and puts me back in my vibration. And yeah, just mostly that, and just doing my energy, my tapping stuff, and getting back into my space, and also did some new backgrounds for my lives. Yeah, just some stuff like that. And then I felt better.
What do your new background say?
I did one that just says, because right now my background has like a menu of like things that you can release and the things that you access within yourself, right, when you release those things. So I did a background with suitcases, like somebody carrying luggage, and it just says, let go of your emotional baggage. And then the other one I did, what's the other one? Hold on a second. I forgot. Oh yeah, I've got one with luggage that says, release your resistance to goodness and abundance.
Oh, okay. Like.
Oh, it was really cool. I ended up with two males that I spoke
Okay.
to last night. Yeah, it's really great.
Ah. That's cute how you say males because you don't know if they're a guy or a man.
You messed me up.
I messed you up. That's cute. That's really cute. I caught that. Yeah, changing the language. Let me see what this guy said. Let me see if I can entertain myself here.
Yes, Scooby?
Yeah, accountability. Yeah, so this guy, what he's showing us is that he doesn't take accountability for his own imagination and emotions. Instead, he wants women to reduce themselves to his low level to satisfy him. I love how these males come here with zero accountability to their own toxicity, dysfunction, egos, and indoctrination, and they project their lack of accountability. But listen, I'm looking at you and I can clearly see that accountability is kryptonite to you, but you are projecting your lack of accountability because you think women aren't accountable to your delicate ego, your little emotions. Women aren't accountable to what you think when you think about males, and you feel so insecure because you put yourself below them because you know you're low value. You know you're lazy and selfish. You know you have a small PP. You won't satisfy women in bed because you're lazy and selfish. So why don't you take accountability for what you're lacking instead of trying to convince women to reduce themselves so that they don't understand how lacking you are? Why don't you do that? Yeah. Why don't you take accountability instead of projecting that you need therapy and don't take responsibility for your own thoughts and emotions? Why don't you do that? What's your answer? What's your answer?
Scooby, do you think that we have to be accountable to you?
Well, he's a baby bird, right? So baby birds wait for mama to give them what they want and need. I don't feel good, make me feel better, says the baby bird, when instead he should be acting like a man and fixing himself instead of waiting for women to fix what makes him uncomfortable, like a baby who doesn't take accountability, because babies don't have accountability, right? Mommy has to feed them. Mommy has to soothe them. Mommy has to clean up their messes. He's still a little baby, not cleaning up his own mental mess in his head. I don't take responsibility for my thoughts and emotions. Mommy needs to. He looks at us like a mommy. Mommy, fix me. Mommy, make me feel better. Mommy, change your behavior so I don't feel so uncomfortable. Mommy, 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 mommy. That's what these guys are doing. Mommy, mommy, mommy. They enjoy.
Percent C-poke. They love the humiliation and the degradation. Absolutely. Absolutely.
We do, to be honest, yes. We know it. We know it. Just like the males who like it when a woman steps on his hand in her high heels, right? Oh, I say it doesn't matter. We don't care about the people who do think it matters. We block and delete them because it doesn't matter. We block and delete people who lack logic because those people don't matter. Why would I keep somebody who lacks logic in my environment? I make them irrelevant. I block and delete them. It still doesn't matter because I got rid of the people that are so toxic and dysfunctional. They think it matters. It doesn't matter.
I think what you don't understand is that we say it to filter people like you out. That's the whole point. We don't want you. So the trash takes itself out. We filter you out. Just saying that. It works. It's an amazing tool.
Yes, look how effective it is because it triggers insecure and controlling people. It triggers them into vomiting their dysfunctions so that we can see it. We need to see their dysfunction before committing to them. It really helps us. We thank you for your data. Exactly. We thank you for your data. Yeah, you're very triggered and insecure, which is why you're here. You saw the words above my head that say, you never control me and you never will. And look at you, so triggered you had to say something, right? You couldn't just scroll on because you're triggered when you see women saying, you never control me, you never will. Bye, loser. Again, isn't the projection immaculate, you guys? He called me triggered, right? When he saw the words and couldn't just scroll on, he had to come here and vomit his emotions and dysfunction. Go ahead, vomit some more emotions and dysfunction. I'm 52. You're not even smart enough. 52, and I still get more game than you. 52, I don't need to turn my rejections into a flex. Look at my low body count. I'm so high value. 52, and I don't need to scroll through the internet looking for places to be a troll because I'm bored with my life. Because I'm inadequate, sitting at home doing nothing like a loser. When's the last time you cleaned your room? When's the last time you took the dirty dishes out from under your bed instead of your mommy doing it for you?
I love when they, oh, you're 50, you're 52. You'll be lucky if you get to this age. Okay?
Look,
and you'll be lucky if you get to this age looking as good as she does. Please, shut the fuck up.
Body count matters to losers. I don't disagree. Body count matters to losers. It's very important to losers. I don't disagree. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Oh, no, here they come. What topic are you here for?
Body count does matter.
And I'm only discussing this in a factual or scientific way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a fork?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a factual way. And then a scientific way is where you bring 4 pieces of information to show us you read a science. So if you want to talk about statistics or biology or sociology or psychology, I need to know where you read what you wish to present. So I need 4 pieces of information to go find those words to make sure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So I need title of the peer-reviewed study you read, website you found it on, page number and paragraph number. And then I'll go find the words and then you can say them out loud if you want to bring a science. So do you have a fact or science?
Fact and science are the same thing.
Sure, I would not disagree with that. So which one do you choose? I have 3 facts, right? Body count doesn't matter. So what do you choose?
Well, considering the same thing, I guess it doesn't matter which one I choose because they're the same thing.
So pick a word, fact or science.
Fact.
Fact? What's your fact?
The fact is that you should support Kanye West. Hail Hitler. Let's go.
You're a dumbass. You waited all of this time just to say some
You don't
stupid
even
ass
support
shit.
Hitler.
You're
What
saying
are you
blah,
talking
blah, blah, blah,
You
blah,
support
blah,
Hitler.
blah,
Come
blah,
on.
blah, blah, blah. What a moron.
Always morons, right? It's always morons who say body count matters. It is 100% of the time that the people who say body count matters are toxic and abusive. 100% of the time. Wow, how can you still be here? Oh, you came on a different account, right?
Oh no, they've been here. This Scoob person, it's a different person. They've been here, but like
No, but
just
isn't
being
that
toxic.
in the
No,
chat?
that was a different person.
Oh,
They were both in the chat.
okay.
This last person you just deleted was saying something about being with more than 30 men. And I was like,
Oh, he's thinking
oh,
about
they said, oh, is it the man's fault that you slept with 30 whatever? And I'm like, there's no fault. There's nothing wrong with it. And then they said, oh, so you'd be with Diddy? Like, well, how did you jump from this to this? You guys are so toxic and unhealthy.
It's his
Yeah,
fantasy.
it is his own. Yes, absolutely his fantasy. Yeah.
He wants to be diddied. You are right, my love. These guys don't have logic, but men do. That's why men are such a great selection. You're not going to suffer dysfunction with men because they're more logical. You can be whatever you want, Dr. Aja. That's the beauty. He's a -1. Anybody who says 304, just call them a -1 because that's, 404, right? I get it. I'm sorry, I missed that one. Only way to get attention. Consensual, yes. 30 fun, consensual. It's like, what is that? It's not my fault you had sex with 30 people. Like when he says something like that, it's kind of like he's so jealous he wishes it was him wanting 30 people. Like it's just the sense that I get. I know, it's hilarious. The ridiculousness these people bring. It's hilarious to see their delusion day after day after day. To see the grasping at straws that they do.
Comments, but they really are mad that women have it easier than they do. They even bring it up sometimes. Oh, women, it's easier for them to have sex. Like, if you're so mad about it, why don't you complain to your bros who are having the sex with the women? Why are you mad at the women who are just using the opportunities that are available to them, you know?
What they're saying is, I've been so rejected. I'm mad about that because I don't see women getting rejected. I get rejected. That's what he's saying. I'm mad I get rejected. I'm mad women don't get rejected. And I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous and I can't cope. And I sit here in anger and toxicity because I'm so jealous that it blinds me to any functionality whatsoever. We just enjoy our lives. Exactly. And they're jealous of us enjoying our lives. They're jealous of us enjoying our bodies. They're jealous of us enjoying people we want to enjoy. Like, look at the TikTok I had to make because of this guy who can't handle watching women work out in gyms, wearing clothes they feel comfortable in, that show their physique because they want to see what they're doing to their physique. Oh, he can't cope with that because he's so jealous with all the attention they're getting because he wants the males to look at him working out instead of the girls working out.
Guys wear whatever the hell they want to wear at the gym too. So
Yeah. Easier for them to complain than to improve themselves and make themselves more desirable and take responsibility for their own thoughts and emotions, their mentality. It's easier for them to complain than take responsibility for who they are, how they operate, what they think. They don't want to fix themselves. They want everybody else to just be compliant to their dysfunction. It definitely matters to dysfunctional people, which is why we block and delete them. Anybody who says body count matters is toxic because they're so insecure, controlling, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed, they can't get out of their dysfunction. We don't want those people. They're mentally ill, so we block and delete them. There's no such thing as a man baby. Men are not babies, period. Men are amazing. Might be a guy baby. Up in arms, a woman wanted to go to women's only gym. Up in arms? Who's up in arms? Why would they complain? Who's up in arms? I didn't see that. Are they? Do you anything about that? Oh, hi.
do you mean to come up?
Yeah, I meant to come up.
Okay.
What topic are you here for?
Whether body count matters.
Okay. I am discussing this in a specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So we're only discussing this in a factual or scientific way, but not an individualized way. So there's no sentences that start with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience. A factual way would be like this, which is this is the key.
Okay, then I guess I can't join this discussion because scientifically it doesn't matter, but emotionally, whether it's a
Emotionally, it matters to people.
it does,
that
but
are
it's called
insecure.
scientifically.
Emotionally, it matters to people that are not grounded in the present, but making up stories and giving themselves feelings over the stories they tell themselves. Yes, I would agree that it does matter to people not taking accountability for their own thoughts and emotions, which is why when we meet somebody who thinks body count matters, we block and delete them because we don't want to be in a relationship with somebody who doesn't take accountability for their own thoughts and emotions.
But wouldn't you be using your feelings when you say someone is insecure if they care about body count? That's not factual.
That's not feelings, that's observation. It's controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed, could be one of the four or all of the four. It doesn't matter what their reasoning is. When we meet one of those people, we just block and delete them.
Right, but that's not factual.
No, but
It's
Jen,
your
any reason you give can be boiled down to insecurity. Every time.
Tactics or religious indoctrination.
I appreciate you lamentated it. I guess that makes it
Your
professional.
opinion is irrelevant, okay?
But I mean,
I don't
you would just be giving your opinion. It's not based
need
on
your
factual.
opinion about anything. I really
So you're
don't.
telling me you're not emotional right now?
It. I literally don't care. It seems like you just want to, I don't know, have issues and problems. Like you got a problem with me laminating this because I carry it around. You got a problem with that? You're weird. Do you have anything intelligent to bring to this conversation?
Yeah, the fact that you're saying that we shouldn't get emotional and you're acting like this
about your emotions.
demonstrates
We
it's
don't
not,
care.
you're the one in your feelings right now.
You need to understand it's not a woman's job to care about your emotions. When she meets somebody who's emotional about people she's no longer thinking about, she needs to get rid of him because he's too dysfunctional.
right?
Judging by the way you act, you're probably
Right?
going to
You
die
want to
alone.
judge. Yep, yep,
You're probably
yep.
going to.
Silence him again. Silence him. This is a judging person. Notice what he said. Judging by the way you act. We don't judge. We assess the data in front of our face using observation before selection. You want to judge. Do you know what that is? That's making up a story in your head that you go ahead and believe and give yourself emotions. That's called delusion. I don't judge. I assess the data as it shows up and I make an informed decision.
By telling me not to judge and that I'm judgmental, ain't you
I don't
judging?
care about you. Why are you talking about yourself? You think
Ain't you judging right now?
Did you think
Are
this
you not
was a
being
therapy
judgmental
session?
right now?
Why do you keep talking about yourself? As though you think this is a therapy session. Block. Sorry. Adios. Goodbye. I'm not interested in having a conversation with you because you're so emotional. You're so emotional when I say body count doesn't matter. You're like, you got to consider the feelings of the other people. No, I don't. I got to get rid of those people. Not consider their feelings. Get rid of them because they're too toxic and dysfunctional and indoctrinated. They're stuck in their imagination and emotions, taking zero accountability for what they're doing to themselves. Instead, demanding women reduce themselves so they'll just feel better. Absolutely not. It's wild. And they say we're the emotional ones. Dude couldn't have a coherent conversation, just in his feelings, attacking, wouldn't listen to anything. Yeah. You know, we should start keeping a tally. If I was here every day on your panel, I would start keeping a tally of the reasons why they care about body count. And we would just we'd have our own study in no time. Yeah, they're all gaslighting. All these males who say body count matters. Body count matters. Pick me, by the way, I'll be a good partner. What a gaslight that is. Exactly. These guys are cooked. They're done. They're finished. We block and delete them on sight. Their dysfunction is not appealing. It's disgusting. Their lack of accountability is finished in our environment. They can go take their lack of accountability somewhere else, but we won't keep them around. We're going to block and delete them because their dysfunction will no longer distract us from our goals, ambitions, and mental health. Thank you, my love. These guys are done. Epidemic of male loneliness, you're done. 4B movement. I'm reading so many comments from women saying, I'm done dating. I've been celibate for 6 years. You're done. High divorce rate led by women because they're leaving losers en masse. You're done. You're done. And I am fueling the revolution of women evolving beyond your stupidity, your dysfunction. They're done with you. And until you man up and take accountability for your own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, you're done. You're finished. We block and delete you, leaving you to your own devices. What are you going to do with all your time? Because we're not filling it up. Maybe go get the therapy you need, the help you need to change and become the man you should be. Hello, Ra. I'm done. Been single and celibate for 3 years. Katie Cat, I am the dating coach that encourages you to stay single. Love that. Would you say there are cons to having a high body count? No. Would I say there are cons to having a low body count? No. Would I say there are cons to not operating in a genuine way? Yes, because oppression and suppression never leads to good mental health. Single celibate for 2 years. Let's go, ladies. It's not safe to date them, Sarah. Not without precautions.
Understand why people are so
focused on what other people are doing sexually with their own bodies. Like, I just don't understand it. Do y'all go to work and think about what everybody else is doing in bed and how many people they've been with? Like, are you so focused? You go to the grocery store and it's all you can think about is their genitals and what they did with it? It's weird.
Yes. Which is why we should block and delete them, because their obsession is going to disrupt our lives. I guarantee, Diane, their obsession will be disrupting to a woman's life. She should get rid of him.
Steve says, it's always a Steve. I'm about to share that body with you. Of course I want to know where it has been. Why?
Did you know this, please? You're an it.
Oh.
If you want to be treated like a thing, pick the guy who thinks body count matters, because you're an it. You're disgusting. Sorry. Go on. I'm a femcel, Daryl. I'm a femcel. I am fierce, empowered, motivated, centering myself, not some dude energetically leading my life. Daryl, I'm a femcel. Get it right.
Daryl, please tell me, enlighten me. I'm really curious. How did feminism lie to us? Explain, please. I want your next comment to be an explanation of this. Steve, people don't necessarily want to know where your body's been. That's so weird. You're toxic. You are mentally unwell. Please go to therapy and stop touching women.
Daryl is letting us know that a 4-footed furry creature that shits in a box is a better house companion than him. I'll believe it. When people tell you, believe it.
Yeah, I already knew that. Any four-legged furry animal, right? Like, I'd really love a mini donkey, actually.
A rat would be better than that person. Probably cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
Probably cleaner. Right. Well, here's a ran-through guy, ladies. He looks at a female, thinks straight to males, straight to the dudes. He looked at me, ran through me, straight to dudes, straight to thinking about dudes. Saw a woman's face on a TikTok and thought about peepees and typed in the word ran through, because he ran through me to the peepees, to the boys. Look at that ran through male, ladies. Look at that ran through male. Looked at me and ran straight to dick.
See, I have a question for you. Genuine question. If you think that guys run through girls, why are you criticizing the girls instead of the guys who do the running through the girls?
Doesn't like females. That's why he runs to the males.
I know, but I want him to admit it. I want him to acknowledge it.
You know, they'll never take accountability for themselves. My husband, he knew exactly who I am before we committed, including knowing that I have a rich sexual history.
I sure hope you're a virgin and you're not adding to anybody's body count.
You know he's not, Diane. Diane.
Leave him being a virgin because nobody wants him, you know?
Of course. Of course my husband is happy with me, but more importantly, I'm happy with him. That's the most important part.
It's a super spreader. He only trusts his health with people he's close to, right? So he doesn't ask for testing. He doesn't do the smart, logical thing. He just, on a whim and a prayer.
Oh boy, Steve. That's pretty dysfunctional. My husband never asked my body count. My husband, like, we talked for 2 years before we started a relationship. I told him all about going to swingers clubs. I told him all about my bisexuality. I told him about parties that turned into orgies. I told him all about that. He knew exactly who I am.
Not making anything up. We're just going off of what you're saying. 'Cause you sound toxic as fuck.
Wow, Steve likes to make false accusations to appease his ego. Isn't that funny? Steve has no ability to cope with the truth. High number relationships can include instability, refusal to commit. So could you accept that a low number of relationships means insecurity, laziness, small dick energy, also likely to cheat the moment they have an opportunity because they're so rejected. They're looking for anybody to accept them. So even if I get into a relationship with them, they'll continue this insecurity and dysfunction and go, yeah, she accepted me, but I need more. So they'll cheat on me with whoever will accept them because they're just looking for that validity anywhere they can get it to try and feed themselves. Would you agree somebody with a low body count is able to be that person? Oh, you can't agree to that. You got to make up a story for the low body person that appeases you and make up a different story for the high body person that appeases you because you can't acknowledge a reality. You have to make up stories and nothing's going to change the story because reality will never interject into your mentality. Is that right? Gotcha. What about you, Omega? Can you accept that a low number can mean that they're going to cheat on me because they're just seeking any validity and they're so rejected, they're desperate for it? Would you agree to that, Omega? It doesn't matter to losers. You have to be a loser to be controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, MPP obsessed. I agree. It doesn't matter to losers. Where did Omega go? I thought we were having
Yo,
a conversation. No need. I'm not angry. I asked you a question. Just what topic are you here for?
body count doesn't matter.
So I am approaching this in a specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So we're not discussing this in an individualized way, only a factual or scientific way. A
Yeah,
factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a key?
of course I do, of course.
And then a scientific way is if you want to bring a study or psychology, sociology, biology, anything like that. I need to know where you read, what you want to present. So you got to give me 4 pieces of information to go find what you read. This way I make sure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So I need the title of the peer-reviewed study, the website you found it on, page number and paragraph number where you found those words. I'll go find the words and then you can say them out loud. Is that fair?
So, okay, so you want me to get my studies up right now?
I want you to be prepared if you want to bring a science.
I mean, if you disagree with what I say, then I can search you for it.
No. I don't let you say it and then disagree. If you want to bring a
For
science,
sure, I'll find one right now, yeah.
bring a science. So you don't have the 4 pieces right now is what you're saying?
No, I didn't bring it with me. No, it's not in my pocket.
So here's what I'm going to do, lovely. I'm going to drop you so that you can go fetch it and then come back with the title of the peer-reviewed study. The website is on, page number and paragraph number where you found the words you want to say. And then come back with the 4 pieces of information. I'll go find it and then you say those words. Body count matters for all losers that are controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed. I don't disagree with that. I agree with you. Body count does matter to all of those losers. Very rigid way. Facts over feelings is rigid. Facts or science is rigid. You have an issue with reality. You call reality rigid. That's funny. Isn't it funny, ladies, how dysfunctional people want you to think that proper communication is wrong, that facts is wrong? Isn't it funny how they want to gaslight you into thinking that it's wrong to stick to actual reality? Isn't that, don't you find that interesting?
Realistic, Omega. To ask for proof for a claim is unrealistic? What are you talking about? And now you want me to believe that you're a scientist and you think that asking for proof is unrealistic? It's unrealistic because we know it doesn't exist, right? Because it's not logical, it's not factual. That's why it doesn't exist.
What's unrealistic is you expecting me to take a look at the poop you just pooped in your hand and actually call it information just because you tried to tell me that poop in your hand was information. When you poop in your hand, I don't call that information. I call it poop because I have eyes. So if you want to bring me a science, show me the science instead of calling the poop in your hand science.
Are we having a debate on TV or are we doing a debate on a live on TikTok where we can set the rules, right? Everybody can do debates the way they want to. And any debate that I've watched on TikTok, people ask for claims to be substantiated with facts or studies.
Yeah.
So I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about, Mr. Scientist.
Why do you think a debate is somebody taking what other people say at a face value? Why do you think that's an actual debate? Is it because you're a gaslighter and you're trying to create an alternate reality and trying to convince us that that's reality?
All you're saying is there's no proof that body count matters. That's all you can come up with. So all you can do is criticize your perception of how this conversation is happening because you have no proof that body count matters. So that's why you're struggling and reaching at straws, right? You've got nothing.
Max, ladies, Max Monkey wants you to get a copy of No More Assholes and use the no kissing for 3 months dating rule so that you can find out what kind of mentality he has so that you can block and delete him instead of letting him kiss you before you've identified that he is a selfish short-term thinker, not a generous long-term thinker. So higher body count equates to higher risk of understanding that this person is shitty in front of you, which is why they don't want you to have a higher body count, because the more experiences you have, the more educated you are. The more educated you are, the better you're able to make informed decisions. The more you make informed decisions, the more you weed out losers, abusers, toxic, dysfunctional people who don't take accountability for their own thoughts and emotions and behaviors like this guy does. So make sure you have whatever body count you want, and then delete people who use the word promiscuity, because those people are very toxic. They're using words designed to shame instead of using proper terminology, which is consensual sexual history. Yeah. Hi, Deep. If everyone is happy, you can't speak for everyone. There's no such thing as everyone. In any case, There's not everyone is pregnant right now. There's not everyone is alive right now. Well, everybody living is, but not everybody in existence is alive right now. So using the word everyone to apply anything is actually very disingenuous, and that's what I call lying language. Hi, kitty cat. Thank you for the gifts, you guys, by the way. Harry, what topic are you here for?
I just wanted to come up and say that it's still great that you're doing this. I have been up here once before. We had like quite a productive conversation. I just wanted to come up and say it's great that you're still doing this.
Harry, my intention. So I've had this sign up since August 2024. I actually think I'm going to keep this till August of 2025, so I can say it's been a full year that I've had a sign up above my head asking anybody who opposes us to bring either a fact or a science, because so far it's been since August and nobody has brought a fact or a science. I think I want to put myself in the position of saying for a full year, I had the door open for anybody to come on my live stream for minimum 10 hours a week. I was devoted to giving people the opportunity to bring facts or science. I kept the same times every day to let people come back with facts and science, and not a single person has. I think listen, if I can see that after 365 days, it might register with some people. That body count doesn't matter.
Exactly. Am I okay to just say something like on the topic of body count just really quickly? It's not to you, it's not to anyone on the panel, it's just to people who think that it does matter in the comments, if that's okay with you. Okay, so I'm gonna say this as, good faith as I can. So to people in the comments, that is a very cute dog, by the way. To anybody in the comments who, like, either man or woman that thinks body count does matter, look at the statement. It's in, like, apart from the words, obviously, it's in red. That should indicate to you that it does not matter under any circumstance. The primary reason being is because so many people are judged based off what their body count is. And I think I can speak for myself. I'm pretty sure I can speak for Chantel, even though she's probably already, said her reasoning with it. But you shouldn't judge someone based off of their body count. Like, because their personality does not differ based on how many people they've slept with. Like,
I want to point out, Harry, that somebody here called you a simp. There's a gay man on TikTok right now who's kind of giving us women the inside scoop on down low males. And he said, ladies, he goes, ladies, the ones they call a simp is the ones you need to date, because those are the ones that are straight. Congratulations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I saw that comment as well, but the reason I did not reply to it is because I did not want to humor that part of the conversation. And I'm not here to pay attention to the comments. I'm just here to give my worldview. And if you think I am a simp, then, carry on thinking that.
No, Harry, if you're a simp, you're winning. Because if you're a simp, you're one of these. You're actually a man. You're a straight man who's high value. Because the ones who the guys who come here using those words come from red pill culture. Usually they're highly rejected for a reason. They're too toxic, they're too dysfunctional, they're down low, they don't like their own sexuality, which is why they don't like women, which is why they're so demeaning to women. They don't like the males women pick because they're jealous of those males because they're nothing like them. What they're calling a simp is the opposite of them. What they're calling a simp is our selection, which is this. They're calling you one of these, Harry. They're calling you, first of all, straight, and they're calling you high value. When somebody says blah, 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 simp, you know what we say to them? We go, we love the simps. Give us the simps. The simps are amazing.
Well, I do appreciate that, Chantel. Honestly, I do. And I just want to say, for anyone who, may or may not disagree with Chantel, you can tell that this is a woman who has backed her facts with scientific evidence. As you've clearly seen, the last two times she has brought this list up, you can see there is a lot of info on there. She's made 2 books, one for men and one for women.
Oh, sir.
But okay, more than 2 books, Jesus.
11.
She's
So
got
2 for men, several for women, and several for whoever the reader is.
exactly.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think that nobody should be determined off of their body count. The personality doesn't differ from the body count. How they are as a person does not differ from the body count. And for anybody who does think that body count does matter, I want you to do a favor. I want you to do me a favor. Go to the nearest mirror, take a good hard look, and then think about yourself before judging other people. Because I, quite frankly, do not stand for it. I know it happens to both men and women, but it's women who mainly get based on their body count.
Yeah.
And in the words of that cover of the book, fix that shit.
Yeah.
Fix it. Because I am sick of people being based off of something so minuscule. Like, why should it matter to anybody who you have slept with? Or who or who you've had, intercourse with? Like, it shouldn't matter because it's none of your business. Yes, it could be a friend. You could base it off of their body count. But if you're gonna do that kind of thing, then you're not being a true friend to them. You're also not being true to yourself, because if you go into life with that kind of mindset, you're gonna come out thinking the exact same thing about yourself.
Harry, do you find yourself in other live streams talking to other males, or even face-to-face situations where you're talking to males who think body count matters and you're having this discussion with them? Do you ever do that? Was that a yes?
Honestly, they never give me the time. I'm trying my best to try and educate people on this exact same topic, but they never seem to give me the time.
You mean like they shut down the conversation?
Yeah, I get maybe a minute into my point, and then they just shut it down and leave the live just because they do not want to hear anything other than their worldview.
Can I maybe help you with this a little bit by giving you some talking points?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So here's an approach that I'd like you to try. Maybe come back and give me some feedback and tell me how it works out. So I'm gonna kind of balance this like a tennis ball as a conversation. So let's say you are talking to somebody who thinks body count matters. So you would ask them, are high value males, because usually the people who say body count matters, there's a certain language that is red pill. And so when you say high value, they've already heard that and associated it in their mind to something, right? Would you agree, Harry?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. So to those people, you're going to say, do you think a high value male is afraid of other males? And of course, they're going to say no, right? And then you say, of course not. That's why a high value male never asks a woman what her body count is, because when he thinks about the male she was with before, he doesn't put himself below them. He puts himself above them. He says, I don't care who she had before me. I'm better. I'll be a better lover, a better communicator. I'm more hardworking. I'm more responsible. She'll be happier with me than anybody she had before me because I'm high value. So a low value male will ask a woman what her body count is because he puts himself below the other males. I need to know what my competition is to see how low I go. Am I just, am I below 1 because she only had 1 before me? Am I below 4 because she had 4 before me? A low value male is going to put himself below what she had before, but he needs to know how low he's going to go.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. And I will confidently say on here, because I have absolutely nothing to hide, my body count is 5.
It doesn't matter, my love. It's irrelevant.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it because I don't have anything to hide. I'm trying to be as honest as I can be.
No, but Harry, when you say that, you're implying that we have something to hide, right? By not saying it.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean it in that sense. I'm so sorry.
I'm saying he's got no shame in his game.
I'm saying then that implies that we have shame in our game because we don't want to say it. So that's why, like, just don't say it. We didn't ask.
That
Nobody
is
needs
completely
to know.
my bad.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah. No, just a little lesson, right? So there's no reason for you to announce your body count because it is irrelevant. And that's why like even if I knew my number, which I don't, by the way, like if you ask me my body count, my honest answer is I don't know. If you want to make an issue of that, off you go. I don't care about you. You're irrelevant. I'm fine with myself. Your issues will not be mine. So my answer is I don't know, but even if I knew the number, it would be irrelevant. And so anybody asking, I'd be like, I know why you're asking and I don't want to talk to you anymore because your mindset is too dysfunctional to be in my environment, period. Bye-bye, off you go.
You know, that's fair enough. I honestly, I come into these kind of conversations with, like, obviously, as I've said before, as good faith as I can be. I take it you can get a type of vibe from me. If I do disagree with anything, then I will say that I disagree. But honestly, every single worldview you have given me today, and from the last time we spoke, I've never had a single disagreement with.
Do you know why, Harry?
Go on.
Because everything I say is fair and logical.
Well, I mean, you also have, like, as I said, you also have scientific evidence to back up your statements. Most people who will make a claim, let's say, obviously for this topic, people who think body count does matter, they will make a statement, but then they will not bring any evidence. The argument I have heard, like quite a lot, because I come across quite a lot of these lives, surprisingly, is that, oh, my friend told me this, my friend told me that, and then I'll go on to that live and say, but is your friend a reliable source? And they'll go, no, but I trust him.
Mm-hmm. Instead of saying, is your friend a reliable source, ask, did your friend show you where he read that? Did he show you where he read the science? And then the answer would be, no, he didn't. And then you say, did your friend actually read the science? I don't know. Don't you think you should go find the science to make sure that what your friend said was actually true before you say it out loud to someone else?
You know what, I really need to start thinking about my arguments more clearly, because I have never once said that. You know what, Chantel, thank you, because you're giving me more, you're giving me more ammo to argue my point to people with, and I honestly thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I want to help you some more. I love this conversation, by the way. So you use the word argue. Whenever somebody uses the word argue, I want you to say to them, I'm not arguing with you. Arguing is a lack of acceptance. I accept you. I accept what you think. I'm not trying to change you. I'm just pointing out that I'm looking for some logic and facts instead of what people think and feel.
You know, that's fair enough. Gee, why am I getting emotional? Why am I feeling tears right now? I don't know why.
So something's opening up, right? So that's what it's a relaxation, right? There's something relaxing, and because something is relaxing, your emotions are flowing. So do you sense this is perhaps a gratitude because you want to help and you're finding ways to help and you feel you're being helped in your endeavor to want to help?
Honestly, yeah, because I feel like anytime I've gone onto these kind of lives, I try, like, asking for more clarification from the host, and
I know.
what
It's not
what
that.
I'll often, huh?
Go on. Go on, my love.
I'll often get, don't come up here if you don't know what you're talking about. And then they'll often throw in your body count's probably higher than mine. So the people who are debating that body count doesn't matter or making comments like that.
Yeah. If somebody says your body count is probably higher than mine, I think a good answer is I don't care what your body count is, and I don't care what my body count is. I'm just here to boil it down to the actual personality of the person in front of me.
Exactly. Well, honestly, I'm not religious, but you want to know something, Chantel? You are a gift from God. Honestly.
I appreciate you. I know what you mean.
Um.
When the student is ready, the teacher arrives, right?
Exactly. I applaud that, and I applaud you. I applaud your platform. Quite obviously, you've got some amazing people on the panel. You have amazing people in the comments. I want to show my gratitude as well. To you for taking the time out of your day to help educate people and show them hopefully the right way of life.
Yeah. A happier way, a more peaceful way.
Exactly.
So, I love the relaxation of the brain, because that's where we find peace, is when the brain relaxes. So when we take away anxiety and fear about things that aren't currently happening, it's much easier to relax the brain. Something that I say to people is reality is so much more relaxing.
I could not agree more. But what I'm gonna do is I don't know if you have an Instagram or anything.
I do.
Okay.
Canada.
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do is it linked in your profile?
I think so. But if you go to Google and type Canada's dating coach, you'll find all of my stuff. If you go anywhere and search, like on Instagram, on YouTube, and type Canada's dating coach, you'll find me.
Okay, that was the top search results. Oh, you've got a website and everything. Okay. Dear God. Okay. Well. You know what? I don't do this for anyone, but I wanna try and bring more people to your platform. So what I want to do is I want to put every single one of your socials on every single one of my socials, because I want you to get. I know you're not doing this for recognition, but what you do and what you stand for needs more recognition. We need more people like you.
I appreciate that. That means a lot to me.
But honestly, that's all I really wanted to say. But I hope
Before you go, Harry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want you to leave before I ask you the question. So are you saying that you go on other TikTok lives that say body count doesn't matter, and they won't let you speak up for the fact that body count doesn't matter?
Pretty much, yeah. Because I think they do it for the clicks. I think that it's quite honestly.
They're looking for opposition, maybe.
Well, yeah, probably, but
Okay, so that's why. Okay, so they don't want to hear because they're looking for ops. Okay, I understand. Have you run your own live on this topic?
I did it once, and it got taken down because I apparently was labeling women.
How are you labeling women?
Because I was saying that it was mainly women that get, judged for their body count. It got taken down. I got banned for a day. I tried it again, and then it said that I was exploiting sexual content.
Okay, interesting. Um, I I would suggest if you want to run a live, just like get a smart background, right? But you have to, if you're gonna do these lives, like you've got to be unemotional about it, stay with the logic. That's what, like, I think that's the most important thing. Stay logical, don't get caught up in feelings and opinions and stuff. Like we often tell people here, we're not debating feelings, right? We're debating facts. You get to choose the rules, you get to choose the kind of interactions you want to have. It's your platform, you can do it your way. And if you decide to do it again, reach out to me, and maybe like if the timing works, I can mod with you or come up on the panel and help you. But just yeah, just make sure, like, think about it before you go up, have a smart prompt in the background, and make sure you have your arguments lined up so that you're not faltering and flailing and you're sticking to logic, you know? And then like the way when I do my body count lives, that's what I do. I have a background that says, if you think body count matters, you're insecure, prove me wrong. So everything, like it's always about logic. Like, okay, well, prove me wrong then. And every time, whatever they say comes down to them being insecure. And if they start being belligerent, I just kick them like Chantal does. Like I have a bit more conversation than she does because she's teaching a class and I'm not when I'm doing mine. I'm just playing. But yeah, just like really know what you're going in with so that you're solid and you have command of the space. Does that make sense, Harry?
It does. It does. And I honestly appreciate that. And that's coming from like the bottom of my heart as well, Diane. I appreciate you wanting to give your time to come and help me. That means the absolute world to me.
And I mean, if I'm honest, it's not about you, it's about the topic. It's very, very important. And I think the more men we have talking about it, you know, the better we are.
Yeah, I feel like if it's a man also talking about it, like you see men and women talking about the topic, I feel like it'll, you know, hopefully wake people up a little bit and start taking the topic a little more seriously.
All we need is for women to understand what I'm saying. Because once they do, they're just going to make better decisions for themselves and not pick people that are toxic and abusive.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm gonna drop down just so you can, you know, get some opposition in here. But I appreciate you letting me come up here. I appreciate you letting me give my worldview and explain why I think how I think. Diane, I've dropped you a follow. And Chantel, if you're okay with this, I'll DM you and just like I'll talk to you about the kind of topics I want to go into when I start doing these lives again.
No problem, my love.
Okay, but I hope everyone on the panel's well, and I hope that everyone in the chat is well, even if you don't agree with the prompt. And hopefully I'll see everybody soon. Who knows?
Okay. Come back anytime, Harry.
Thank you very much.
Bye. I'm looking at this guy in the comment section, this INF, whatever, Simga person. And I noticed some immaculate projection. Thank you for the immaturity. They said after they showed their immaturity, women initiate divorces and they get everything, right? What did we pick up with that word? Everything. Was that the baby boy sitting on the floor? Wah, wah. How dare women get back some form of compensation for what they plugged in all those years? She let her degree rot that she paid so much money for to look after the kid I put in her belly. And then she didn't have work experience for this number of years, so her degree was in the garbage by the time it was time for her to go get a job after dealing with all your bullshit for how many years. How dare she demand something more than room and board for all those years that she labored in the home and made a baby? How dare she? And I saw a little baby boy crying on the floor. I saw that. Go do the Googling. Go find the research paper for what I lied about. Block, delete.
Yeah, what he's talking about is 100%. If you violate the terms of the prenup, then yeah, it's null and void. Like, obviously, any contract that you violate the terms of is null and void. So don't sit here and whine because you're not accountable enough to get a prenup just because you think, oh, it's not going to do anything. No, it's only not going to do anything if you violate the terms, genius.
Omega's here. What were you talking about earlier? Omega.
To clarify something though, also, because we kind of toe a fine line here when we talk about the gay men and straight men, and if you know these guys, and I get it when we're talking about, oh, you're PP obsessed because that's all you think about is body count. But I do want to clarify for people, we're not saying that every gay man is hateful towards women, and we're not saying that every red pill guy is a gay man. We're just saying that, you know, if that's your obsession is male genitalia, then maybe you should think about that and look into that. That's all.
Stop being mad at us, thinking we're standing in your way, because we're not.
Just, you know, we're just clocking that you just don't really like women, and you like men better than you like women.
And also, not all misogynistic chauvinists are gay. Sometimes they're just that. They're just misogynistic chauvinists.
Right. Omega, what topic are you here for?
Hello, do you hear me well?
Yes, what topic are you here for?
Maybe I actually just have a few couple simple questions.
Sure.
So first, I guess body count does matter for people.
Okay, so hold on. You see, you just gaslit me there. I said, what topic are you here for? You said, I just have a couple questions, but the topic is body count. Don't ever gaslight me again. When I ask you a question, you give me the answer. Do you understand, Omega? Yes or no?
I do, but English is not my first language, so if I don't understand something, it doesn't mean I'm trying to gaslight you.
Irrelevant. I don't need the words. When I asked you a question, I said yes or no. The yes was what I was looking for. I cut you off because the word salad was not what I wanted. So when I asked you a question, please give me the simple answer with very few words. Yes or no is usually the appropriate answer. Give me a second. Okay. All right, so now you are here to discuss the topic of body count. That's the honest answer. Let me now do what I'm supposed to do now that the question is answered. Since I now understand you're here to discuss this, I need to let you know that I am broaching this in a specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. We are only discussing this in a factual or scientific way, not an individualized way, because we're only discussing the topic, not you on the topic or other individuals on the topic, because the individuals are not relevant to the topic itself. I know there are people who think body count matters. I'm busy teaching women to not date those people because those people show clear signs of dysfunction. Okay? Now, factual or scientific, let me help you understand what I mean. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a key, Omega?
I do.
Okay, so that's a fact readily agreed upon by both you and I on site. A science is if you want to allude to something like a statistic, biology, sociology, psychology. I need to know where you read what you wish to present, because you certainly shouldn't be repeating things you never read without first validating the truthfulness of what you want to say, because you should not be lying in a debate, right? So if you've read a study, you can present what you read by first telling me where you read it so I can go find the words to ensure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So I need 4 pieces of information to go find your words: title of the peer-reviewed study, website the study's on, page number and paragraph number, where you read the words you want to say. I'll go find them and then you can say them out loud, okay?
Yes, but I'm not here to argue something against your point. I wanted, if you want me to, ask a question about your approach. And suggest something, maybe. If you are not interested, I will leave, no problem.
Okay, so you want to ask a question about my approach?
Yes.
Okay, what's your question?
My question is, it seems that you know quite well the literature about the subject, right?
I am well versed on sociology, psychology, biology. Yes.
And so, as someone who didn't read almost anything about the subject, I just wanted to share that I would be interested, if you want to, that you take the reason why people think it matters, and then you say, oh, actually, it's not true, and here's why. That's it. That was my only comment, suggestion.
So what you're saying to me is you think it's a better idea for me to direct my attention to the people who say body count matters. But what I prefer to do is direct my attention to women who are seeking long-term partners. And I want to teach those women empowerment and how to select a long-term partner. So instead of talking to the people who are saying body count matters, I'm talking to the people seeking partners and saying, when you're looking to pick a partner, don't pick somebody toxic and dysfunctional. So don't pick somebody who shows signs of being controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, or PP obsessed. In other words, perhaps not acknowledging their own sexuality, but using women as a disguise because their religion and indoctrination said you're a boy, so it's wrong to like boys, and you know that happens, right? So I'm busy educating people on how to pick the right partner, and I use the subject as a way to help further the education.
Okay, I understand. But if both men and women, some men and women think it's something that matters, wouldn't it be extremely useful to deconstruct this idea?
Do you think they come here wanting to deconstruct? Yes or no?
For me, yes. For most people, I cannot tell.
In my experience, no. In my experience, the people coming here saying body count does matter. In my experience, they actually don't hear what I say because they're not here to listen. They're here to talk at me and attempt to change me. And that for me is not communication, because communication is listening and talking. But I find that the people who come here saying body count does matter, they don't have good communication skills. They're not hearing me. They don't have an open mind, which means whatever I say, it doesn't register, doesn't kick in. They're lacking the ability to understand what I'm saying or the concepts, and they disrespect me every single time.
Okay, I understand. So thank you for
Omega,
yes.
we do that all the time. Like we do it constantly. Whenever somebody comes up and they actually want to have a conversation, we are happy to deconstruct their reasons for caring about body count. So we do that frequently.
Okay. If you don't want to go into the direction, tell me and I will leave. But for example, do you know why people think it matters? Do you know the reason, the top 3 reason, or?
Top 3, I would say number 1 would be religious indoctrination. So they were told that there's sex is bad, sexuality is bad, lust is a word that they use, promiscuity is a word that they use. These are 2 words that are designed to shame what is actually very natural sexual behavior. So religious indoctrination, I would say 1. Insecurity, I would say the second reason. When they think about us, listen, and insecurity was my reasoning for having just this dysfunction with body count. I did ask my husband what his body count was after we committed to a relationship, which was actually after I got to know him for 2 years. So I had a very deep understanding of who he was. And I asked him what his body count was after 2 years. He said 2, I was number 3. You would think my insecurity would not be triggered because it was only 2. It was still triggered, even at a low number, because insecurity is always triggered until you get control of it. And I didn't have control of my insecurities. So it was triggered. So I imagine him with those 2 women. I imagine him being sexual, and I didn't like what I imagined. It made me very uncomfortable. And I had to work with my thoughts and my emotions. I had to ground myself in reality and work with my confidence and elevate my confidence and combine that with reality to cure myself of what I was experiencing. Let me just block that person to make sure they don't come. Oh, sorry. So anyways, so insecurity would be the second one, not dealing with your own thoughts, emotions, and low level of confidence. And I think the third reason for thinking body count matters would be like somebody controlling, very dysfunctional, kind of abusive and controlling, and they use that as a control mechanism. They'll still get in a relationship with somebody no matter what their body count is, but they will use their controlling nature. I can't get over your past, so I got to keep fighting with you today and diminishing you today and controlling you today because I can't handle you. I can't handle not controlling you in the past. I'm controlling you in the present. Like just a lot of control tactics, all these control tactics.
Okay, I see. And would you say fear of STD and fear of
No, that's
that the other person?
Religious indoctrination creates a fear of STDs because in religious indoctrination, it's purity culture. So they're not educated on STDs. They're told to abstain. The only sex education they get is abstinence, not safety. So fear of STDs is combined with the religious indoctrination one.
Okay, I see. Interesting. So yeah, I think that's all for me. Thank you for letting me talk to you.
Yes, no problem. Come back anytime, okay?
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, some of these ones that come here are like really extra spicy toxic. You know what I mean. Give me the opportunity to block them. Give me if I'm obviously not seeing them, like if you don't see me moving in, then we don't want to let that stain linger. But if you like, do you guys like, can you tell when I'm moving in to block somebody? I guess I should ask that first.
Sometimes people are really fast.
And as you can, okay, so kind of watch me when you see those extra spicy toxic ones. Okay, watch me, see if give me a second to notice, and then if I'm not looking, if I'm not noticing, if you see that's not happening, go ahead and get rid of it. We don't want it to stay, but give me a second to notice. If you see me moving in, give me a second to block them and I'll delete it too. But yeah, I want to block them. I want to keep those people from coming back, obviously. There's no, I just don't have any faith that they'll get themselves in order, and I just don't have the patience to hope they will. And stop being such a POS. Go POS somewhere else. Right, ladies? That's what I teach you. Let them go POS somewhere else, but you're removing their ability to be a POS around you. I like the opportunity to play bingo with the bops. Helps with the algorithm, yes. Yeah. She's like, oh, I gotta show you this. Oh, so she, hi, baby. So she's got this little thing and she's just playing with it and she's just like chewing it and tossing it around in her mouth. And she was just laying on her side and just like tossing it around in her side in her mouth. She was laying on her side like this. So hubby and I, she's TV for us. Like we just watch her and laugh. Hi, Chris.
She's so cute. Oh my gosh, love it. Oh. So I heard the mic drop when you were on your podcast. Thank you for letting us eavesdrop on that. That was really fascinating. Or your interview. I heard the mic drop when you said, "You changed, but my standards didn't. So I've got to go." And the lady's like, "Oh, you can actually." She's like, "Well, how would you have that conversation?" You said, very straightforward. "You changed, but my standards didn't. So I've got to go." And she's like, as if like, "Oh, it is that easy," kind of. It was so good.
Most definitely is. Keep coping and being alone. What an immaculate projection. You have a lack of cope and you're all by yourself. You can't.
Said that he also said we were bypassing his question that did not show up. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, we're not alone. We got each other. Who do you have? Ripple. So these lovely, lovely, lovely people have been keeping me company as I host this live stream Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time for minimum 2 hours. These lovely, incredible people keep showing up to be with me. I'm not alone. Who's with you? Who's with you? What's your answer?
All these lovely people are really good company. So when they're by themselves, it's like we can entertain ourselves just fine, thanks. We're good company.
Don't need to be in a relationship to not feel alone. I have plenty of family and friends. Yeah. I just spent how many hours with my friends? It was like 2 p.m. till 6?
I'm going to say there are plenty of married women who are actually very lonely, plenty of married men who are actually very lonely. Being in a relationship does not equal not being lonely. Being single does not equal being lonely.
Blondie. They think we're insulted by their comments. We thrive in ourselves. Yeah. Like if you showed up here day after day after day, you would see all of these people here, all keeping each other company. We are all companions together right here on my platform, 5 days a week. When I was married to my abusive husband, I was more alone than I have ever been. Exactly. Dondra, Alphonse, Mr. Mike. Look at this. Mr. Mike sent you stuff, Ripple. We love this community. I love coming here. I think about these people over the weekend when I'm not with them.
A cat that saves her from predators right in her truck. And Xander's going to keep Ripple safe of any intruders, even flying ones.
Love being here, listening to everyone. Hello, Nessa. Yeah. We have community. Community is the most important element to good mental health. People who have good community live longer and live happier lives. Got a job? Okay, baby. We help each other. We watch each other grow. We celebrate each other's successes. That's community. We have all different talents, different levels of education. We present that to each other to help each other in our lives. I love how other people come up and say, hey, this is my background in education. Let me help you teach people. Let me add some to your education. Beautiful. I love how we do this together as a group. I am ascending in my career, and these people are watching me do it.
To be one of the best group projects of all time.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that. It's a group project. I like it a lot. All right. Speaking of lovely group, I always look for a dip to like bow out gracefully at some point. I hate to leave the live when we're at a higher number, but we hit a dip, and at this time of the day, I'm like, what do I have on my schedule now? So, and I know I want to do some gardening, and I know I need to do a little bit of business for my hubby. So guys, I'm going to head out and do that. I'm going to do a final book walkthrough. If you're new here, hit that follow button before I go, and get yourself some freebies in the link in my bio. There's a free book. I've got free starter kit for singles, free starter kit for couples. This list is a freebie as well. It helps you when you do your homework in your dating book, whichever one that is. No More Assholes or The Perfect Play. I have 11 books on dating and relationships. I catch you where you are. I lift you up from there. Miss Beautiful Dondra. Love you, Dondra. Talking about you earlier, by the way. So I'm going to go through this in order. Yes, body count does matter, Paul, to losers. You have to be a loser to be controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed, right, Paul? All right, so come back, queen ladies. If you're complaining he's such an asshole, he did it again, lied again, cheated again, stuck in the past again, could stop thinking about other dudes again, made false accusations again. Dump the loser, ladies. I'm sorry you got one, but the only way to fix the mistake is to remove the mistake. So you need to dump the loser, get a divorce, get a breakup, get comeback queen, heal faster, repair faster, and then use No More Assholes to make sure you never pick another loser again. That's No More Assholes in English, No More Assholes in Spanish. It's also an audiobook, also a workbook with bonus material. Men who want to heal faster from past breakups and select the right long-term partner, your book is The Perfect Play. Mom and dad, you want to make sure your teens are not taken advantage of by people looking for those who are uninformed, uneducated, and naive. Make sure you get them Dating 101. And this way, they are empowered and never pressured into doing anything they're not comfortable doing, and they always practice safety. When you start a brand new relationship, use After the First Kiss to make it rock solid from day one by avoiding pitfalls and self-sabotage. You do want to increase your communication and conflict resolution skills and have a zero-fight relationship. Fix That Shit for women and Fix That Shit for men is going to help you achieve that. I have a free dating book in the link in my bio. It's Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Identify and Safely Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. The Glow Up Journal is a 60-day journey designed to increase your self-esteem by hacking your brain structure, having you do exercises, daily doing, and writing. That is going to have you increasing your self-esteem by creating a better brain structure. Say Yes to Goodness, 10 Steps for a Complete and Happy You. This is you evolving your happiness in 10 areas of your life that affect you mentally and emotionally. Bear, have a good day, my love. Custom Made is career coaching. So if you want to be like me and monetize your purpose, passion, and talent, get this. So this is 2 parts: identifying your purpose, passion, and talent, and monetizing it. I also have these workbooks. By the way, speaking of workbooks, you'll be doing writing at the end of every chapter, 2 questions specifically to really get you thinking. So these workbooks have bonus material. There's the No More Assholes workbook, Fix That Shit for Men workbook, and the Fix That Shit for Women workbook. I am leaving, Sean Marie. Yes, I am, my love. I'm heading out for the day. What a wonderful day. I really feel like this was a really fun day. Did you guys feel that? Was it fun for you? Love it. He's so cute. Right, my loves. Ripple, were you here earlier when I showed the outfit that I got?
Listen, it was absolutely stunning.
Okay. Okay, I know it took you a little bit to join us, I think, so. All right, my lovelies. I will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. As always, I'm here at 10 a.m. Eastern time for minimum 2 hours. Sean Marie, so lovely. Fighting ghosts. Oh, that's so cute. Bye-bye, Sean Marie, Prince, Emily, Sipo, Kissy Facey, Teal, Nita, Sandy, Dondra, M, Dina, Blooming, Bree Happy, The Reality, Rennie, Raishu, Pink Bunny, Dion, Kim, Courageous Pamela, Blondie, Nessa, Vishna, Rose, and M. Mwah. We don't care about your count, it's irrelevant. Love you, my loves. I'll see you tomorrow.